Oh, do you smell that? Do you smell that? That is Champion of Light Body Spray, available now. Um, so funny story. I just discovered that YouTube's tags are very aggressive and mean if you do not punch certain things in correctly. Or rather, if you attempt to, how would I put this? If you attempt to say, I don't know, write a shitload of tags below the video that you think are, silly, uh, YouTube will just explode and not let you stream. So this would have actually been going like 10 minutes ago if it wasn't like that. I had like a joke in there about like I threw in some stuff like Paul Wilder or Beth Wilder, Paul Serene, with sports I've been just fucking around, just having fun down there. But I guess you can't see that normally. Although, where do you even see the tags anymore at this point? Like, where do they go? Where are the tags? Can you even see them as someone that's watching? I'm actually not. I remember the tags used to be below a video, but now I'm actually looking, and I'm like, wait, do you guys not see the tags anymore? Did they get rid of that? Although, wait, hold on. I have that unhook Chrome plugin, so that might actually be the problem, which turns off certain parts of the YouTube UI. Interesting. No, it's not hiding video info. Well, anyway, are all my links up? Are all my links up? No, they're not. Here's another. The blue sky links are up. There we go. Oh, I haven't sound tested yet. Ah, there we go. Okay. Okay. Okay, making sure that that's up. This is all working well. I think that's all of my links. Yes. Wait, no, there is one more. Thank you. Thank you so much for not copying the text. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Thank you. I just really wanted you to not copy the text. That's what I want. That's exactly what I wanted. That's exactly what I wanted, for sure. There we go. And now, and it decided to not copy the text without breaking up the line, so now I have to fix it. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Is the link actually there? It sure doesn't look like it. There we go. Fuck sakes. Ugh. It's always something, man. Anyway, Jesus, I've been trying to fix this shit for 5 minutes. Ah, what a shit way to start. Anyway, apologies. But hey, if you've been watching any number of these streams on this channel, you get the idea at this point. First few minutes are always just clean up and getting this shit to even work and all that shit. And I'm just, everything's shit, and we're all just working on shit. We're making this shit work. It's just fucking, we're doing our best. But anyway, now that that's over, uh, hello and welcome to the final. Sorry, things are breaking on the side now. Nothing can work when I need it to. God damn it. God damn it. I just. God. Ah! I promise it's fine. It's not a big deal. I'm a big professional streamer. Don't worry. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Please don't take that seriously. I'm not. Um. All right. But as of now, hello and welcome to what I am calling Alan Wake 2, the final definitive nightmare run. Why am I calling it that? And what's significant about it? Why are we back? Why are we doing technically a third playthrough of this game that is a year old? Why are we going back in one last time? Maybe one last time. No, I think it'll probably be the last time. I don't know if I can justify a whole fourth thing. But why are we here? What are we doing? The answer is I'm here to do a 1-year anniversary playthrough of Alan Wake 2. Now, you might be thinking that doesn't seem like a good enough reason to be here. You're probably right. Thankfully, there is more reason to be here. Quite a bit of good reason to be here, actually. Just for the record, I figure I'll at least mention this. This is not running on a PS5 Pro, in case you thought it might be. It's not. Apparently, the game's actually got some pretty significant visual noise bugs on the Pro, to be honest, so that's unfortunate. I'm sure it'll be fixed at some point, but I'm not gonna... By the time that I touch that version of the game, I'll probably be playing it on a PS6, to be honest. So, you know. But, yeah. Here we are for Alan Wake 2. There is a conflux of things that have made me realize it is time to do one more go. Number one, I played the game last in its entirety. To be completely honest with you, the last time I played the game in its entirety, myself, technically going through it with a few other people since then, but not with me on the controller. But that was the final draft run, to be honest. That was the last time I went through the campaign myself. And you might recall in that run that I came away from it going, oh, Nightmare's pretty cool. It does juice things a lot. But yeah, it probably doesn't kick your ass as much as I wanted it to. And that was a bit deflating because I really did want a tough version of the game, right? And I kind of walked away from it going, maybe it's not quite there. Now, to be fair, that was silly of me for several reasons. Number one was when you do Final Draft, you are coming in with all of your weapons fully stacked. You have, not only do you have all your weapons, but you also have them like fully stocked and locked and loaded, ready to go, right? They are all just fucking, they're popping off. I had all my Allen upgrades, all my Saga upgrades, everything was there. It was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot. And I think I undervalued how much that was going to be carrying through that experience. And I probably had think I still had a good time with it despite that, but I think I was a little more tepid on like, would I want to go back and do that um, on a standard run? And I still knew I would at some point, but I never got around to it. Um, then we played the DLC on Nightmare, and that Night Springs was fantastic. Both DLCs were fantastic, but as I played through Night Springs, I was like, oh man, yeah, this isn't that tough. Now, to be fair, Night Springs is actually intentionally balanced as more of a thrill ride. It's not balanced as a horror experience. It's just not, right? But at the same time, it is definitely vibing in a certain direction. Whereas the Lake House was crazy hard on Nightmare in a very satisfying way. Except for that one area that had that one corner where the dude kept insta-shotting me every time. And I kept thinking, this is weird because there's not even any paint on that wall. Funny enough, a patch came out today that apparently puts paint on those walls. So that doesn't feel like horseshit. So that's good. But I still walked away from it thinking, yeah, maybe the nightmare mode isn't as crazy. But what I did something fun when right before the Valuecast came out. You see, part of the other reason why we're doing this is that Remedy has fully integrated all of the DLC into the campaign's natural flow. There are TVs set up at specific points in the story, Alan's story specifically. So initiation, that allow you to do one episode of Night Springs per segment of initiation. So like he has the three major segments essentially, right? And you know the subway, hotel, theater, right? And you can find TVs dotted around just before those hit. I couldn't find any footage. This is something someone told me in advance, but I was like, I didn't quite believe that, I guess. I could not find footage of like where these TVs were. Remedy said when the Lake House was coming out, yeah, we've actually integrated it into the main campaign, so you can play it when it's you can boot into it from a specific scene in the main campaign. And I was like, that's crazy cool. I wish they did that with Night Springs. And then someone told me they did. And I was like, no, they didn't. No, fuck off. No, they didn't. I would have seen that by now. I went and looked, and I did in fact find 3 TVs dotted throughout Alan's segments, so I know where they are even. And I went through them, and they're there. They are exactly where I thought they were. They're pretty much at the beginning of each of the 3 Alan segments, which is fascinating. And it's a very interesting way to break up the flow. Although, to be clear, I did not play through the episodes again when I found the TVs. I went to the next segment and tried to find the next TV to kind of just understand where they were, right? I love what it does to the pacing of the game. Conceptually. Again, I didn't do it during yet. That'll be what this is for. I love what it does to the pacing of the game. To have those interspersed in, both for the tone, both for a break, and for the just the overall vibe. I think it really enhances things. It brings a whole new flavor to the proceedings, right? The Lake House doing that in particular as well, right? But it's also it's nice having the Night Springs episodes be broken up by you're not doing them back to back. I think that enhances them even further as well. But when I was doing that, I tried out the chapter select for the first time, and I checked into the sequence I think everybody wanted a chapter select for, which is of course the Herald of Darkness. And when that sequence was done, I had an enormous feeling inside me that just... Let me put it this way. I played through Herald of Darkness on Nightmare mode, And I had a moment where I was actually getting beaten by the enemies in a segment that, let's be real, is strictly designed to be a thrill ride. It's not meant to be tough, but they actually got me, right? When that happened to me, I was sitting there thinking, like, it's actually tough to fight them in that segment because you have limited resources. And I was sitting there thinking, oh my god, I think Nightmare is better tuned than I thought it was. At the very hell, maybe they even tuned it up over the last year of patches in special places that I didn't realize, right? So that's really cool. I'm very excited about that. So that made me go, yeah, I really want to play the whole game again. And I thought to myself, could I justify another campaign run on stream? Could I justify a Nightmare run? Is there another thing that brings it together? And of course, discovering the DLC was integrated, that I think does actually give me a pretty good excuse, because now we can take in the entire piece as intended, start to finish, with 4 extra segments, effectively at my pace. Like essentially the campaign is another 3 hours if you think about the Night's Bridge chapters, right? So that there's that. But then Lake House itself is like 3 to 4 as well, right? My run of the Lake House was like 8 hours. Like it was like nearly 7 to 8 hours. And that was me doing my thing, getting everything that I could, really juicing in there, right? And I was pretty happy with that. So like, yeah, I was incredibly happy to see the game's effectively, if most people take the Lake House at 3 to 5 hours, that's effectively another 8 hours bulked onto this thing. And that's awesome. That's great. Especially because those 8 hours are wildly different in flavor, right? And and honestly, at the point that you hit the Lake House in the main campaign now, I think that's the perfect time for that to happen, because it's like one last big shot in the arm of horror, right? Right before you head off to the beach and you do some wonderful summonings. It may perhaps even take place upon the ocean, one might say. And that, getting to experience that new flow for the whole campaign, that sounded like a blast of a way to extend it out and also see, just for the first time with my own eyes, what does that do to the campaign's flow? And I love the idea of that, because I'll be real, I really do love Control, but I don't think the DLC is integrated all that well, in the sense that it is effectively stuff that you do at the very end. I prefer DLC that is interspersed throughout and that you still end in the same place, right? That's my preference. I think Mass Effect did that to me, right? Or maybe some other things. Fallout 3 even. That's my preference for what DLC content can be. Is it's something that beefs up the overall playtime experience, and it's like its own segment. It's like you're opening a different chapter, right? You're getting something special in the middle of your existing meal, and that's a very good reason to come back to this, I think. For some of you, this may be a less important reason to do it, but there is one more great reason to celebrate Alan Wake 2 on its 1-year anniversary, of course, other than the anniversary itself, is that the game finally has a physical release. I am currently holding Alan Wake 2's physical deluxe edition, which was expensive. It was 125 Canadian dollars, I'm not going to lie, but that is for the game, all the DLC, and also a digital copy of Alan Wake Remastered, which for me is weird because I own a physical copy of Alan Wake Remastered on PS5, but I guess that's also nice to have. I can't really balk at it either. Um, I wish I could have spent a little less on it, considering I already owned the game and the DLC and also that extra game. But it matters to me to have it on the shelf, so I sucked it up. Um, thankfully this money was established and built up before the move, because oh boy, that would have hurt me to wait all this time to finally get it on the shelf and then not be able to afford it. Also, a reminder, that's Canadian money, so that's why it might sound crazy high to you. Um, so again, it is a deluxe edition. It is a special disc. Um, there is one unfortunate thing. Apparently, people that are on Series X got fucked because apparently the disc on Series X does not contain the game or the DLC. It contains, like, I think, the opening chapter. At the same time, Xbox doesn't give a shit about physical releases, so, like, I'm not surprised. Also, you might recall I have some hot takes about why Remedy shouldn't actually care about anything that happens over on Xbox because of the way that they treated them for a decade, but whatever. However, the PS5 version is fine. The PS5 version does have one issue. Alan Wake 2's Deluxe Edition, the disc, contains every patch up until right before the Lake House, which unfortunately means that while it has the base game and the Night Springs DLC on the disc, so that's never going away, the Lake House is not on the disc, which means it will exist in the cloud. And that makes me incredibly sad, because literally all you guys needed to do is just put out the disc a month later. Like, there was no reason to do it like this. That shit matters. Putting it all on there is ostensibly the only reason why you waited a year to put out a disc. But whatever. I was gonna say I get it. I don't get it. There's literally no good reason to do it like that. Outer Wilds is currently shipping a physical edition to me, and they did something wonderful. They when they delayed, there was like a whole thing where they fucking accidentally printed the discs without the DLC, and they did the right thing and they reprinted them. So now people that are, at least the people that bought the big collector's edition, they had their copies delayed, like me, and now the one that's on its way is essentially gonna be, it's gonna get here. It's gonna get. That's not what I meant to say. I'm currently checking the tracking, so I'm slightly distracted. Yeah, they are, they're shipping it. And when it gets here, it's gonna have everything on the disc. That's all I'm trying to say. Jesus Christ, I'm having a fucking aneurysm over here apparently. So 1 year anniversary, proper Nightmare playthrough, all DLC fully integrated, not having to back out into here to check them out, just getting to go through them as they happen naturally. Physical release. And anything else? I think that was the major four. DLC integrated, 1 year, Nightmare difficulty, and 1 year, DLC integrated, Nightmare, physical release. Yes, that's all the big four quadrants. As one more bonus, however, one more, we will be running the playthrough with the recently added 1 year update suit for Ellen, which is of course the classic layers cardigan fit from Alan Wake 1. This will be very fun to go through the game with, I'm sure. I'm very, very, very happy that we'll be able to play through the game with this costume on. Just to make this playthrough a little bit extra, just a little bit extra playful. We did our last playthrough with the Windbreaker on for Saga, so we're going to leave her on her standard stuff this time, just to keep it a little more fancy. The sawed-off shotgun, we can keep we can keep these fancy skins on them. I don't mind that. And with that done, And that all out of the way, I think it's time to jump in. One might even say dive in back to Alan Wake 2 on Nightmare difficulty for the final definitive 1 year anniversary run. And as I go and start the playthrough, I'm going to see if I can actually fit 1 year anniversary into the title or if it won't fit. One year anniversary. It's like it's precisely one character over. God damn it. Literally one character over. Alan Wake 2 anniversary run. No, just call it Alan Wake 2 anniversary. Fuck it. I think that'll work for me. Work for you? Works for me. Extremely challenging combat. Methodical use of items and strong understanding of game mechanics is necessary for survival. Oh, I agree with that. All right, everybody. We're in.
Back to the beginning. We all come to a story with hopes and expectations, looking for an answer. Sometimes it would be better to live with that hope without ever knowing the full story. In a horror story, there are only victims and monsters. And the trick is not to end up as either. But trapped by the genre, we are all ripped to pieces along the way. This is not the story I hoped it would be. This is not the ending I wanted. This story will eat us alive. This story is a monster. And monsters wear many faces.
All right. Ass. Wait, you can skip this sequence? Like all of it? Not anymore. Interesting. Hi, Nightingale. How's your ass?
Can you hear me?
Whoa. What's wrong? Come on, Ed. We should go.
Already gone.
Ouch. Oh, oh. They really just let him be out there, huh? Can I? They do not do the best job covering up that phallus, actually. Not that they should, to be honest. Let them fly free if they want to. So I just want to make sure. Okay, all set. Um, but for the record, I'm gonna talk spoilers. Just there, I have a playthrough for the other thing, if you want that. Just so we're clear about that. This is not gonna be a clean thing. Like I'm gonna be talking. This is really interesting because like obviously now we know that like there are taken in the woods, but like the ones that ultimately get him aren't taken. You know? Man, the game looks so good. How good does it look when you're running 30 again, other than the fact that it's 30? Yeah, that looks pretty crazy. I won't lie, that looks pretty damn crazy. Yeah, I saw some footage of the PS5 Pro version this morning, and it's got all this crazy visual noise. Oh yeah, right. Also the film grain. I can turn off the film grain now. Oh yeah, that's right. We'll be getting a run-in that doesn't have the film grain or the motion blur on. Oh, sorry. No, you could definitely turn off the motion blur before. Actually, no, could you? No, I don't remember. I think it was just film grain and lens distortion initially. What was the lens distortion, the one that was added? That I don't know. I can't tell. One of those things wasn't there. I'm not gonna check my footage to see. Ilmo and oh God, what's his name? Il Mognacco. Laying in that cult of the word right away is really, really slick. Because it instantly tricks you into thinking there are like multiple cults. In reality, there is just the cult of the tree. The cult of the word is mainly something that got cooked up in the dark place by Alan. It seems to have happened somewhere else, but ultimately it's not really related to these guys at all. Like it seems to have happened during those off years, and then Nightingale's just got like distortions of it, basically. Big ass titles. I'm very, very happy to be back doing this. Putting this one to bed one last time.
Hey, kiddo. How are you?
I'm good, Mom. How are you?
This trip might take a little longer than I thought. I'm sorry I've been gone so much lately, Logan.
Oh my God, Mom, it's not your fault people get all murdery. What happened?
Just work stuff.
Right. Well, Dad and I are just watching the latest episode of Night Springs here. Mom, it's so good.
No spoilers. I'll let you get back to the show. You were supposed to wait and watch with me. I love you both.
This is
Your
what
favorite
happens when
Bureau-sponsored
you don't
content?
Mom. Love you too. And say hi to Casey. Tell him to stop brooding so much.
He won't.
Good. I will. Bye, kiddo. Logan thinks you should try cheering up.
Snarky kid. Wonder where she gets that from.
Let's take a minute to just pay our respect to James McCaffrey, who unfortunately is not with us anymore. I believe he passed away in, I think it was March, somewhere in the first quarter of the year. Of course, the voice of Max Payne, through Alex Casey, through Director Trench, through, I think that's kind of it. But obviously a incredibly high caliber actor, an incredibly important force in Remedy's work. I do not envy the position that Remedy is in now that they had already committed to making the Max Payne remakes next, which to my understanding they had planned to make a much bigger splash with than I think they'll ultimately be able to now. I think they wanted to expand on them and pull out some elements. I don't think they were necessarily ever intending to tie them back into these games, right? Because Max Payne is effectively a fictional version of Alex Casey, who is a fictional cop that Alan Wake wrote. He's effectively a reflection of Max Payne, right? Slash vice versa. And it would have they might have been able to put in some nods if they'd done that way. I think they probably would have gone for nods and made that stuff work, made that stuff work as intended. But unfortunately, they're probably going to have to simply use archive audio now, and that's sad because I think they really did want to expand on them. They might have left in a few references and things like that. I don't think they would have tied it in directly, but I think they did have absolutely. I think they absolutely had the intent to expand on Max Payne 1 and 2. And now, unfortunately, that's just not going to happen. It will probably be much stricter remakes, visual updates in their new Northlight engine. Northlight 2? I can't remember if it's 1 or 2, but the Northlight engine that this game and Control run on. It will be, it'll probably be archive audio and just reused stuff. I strongly doubt they would even vaguely consider recasting. I think that would be a absolute last measure resort. Yeah, I think they have a hell of a fucking question ahead of them about how they're going to approach that. But yeah, I want, of course, we didn't get to deal with anything Casey related in any of the DLC, other than that wonderful little send off that he gets in Night Springs. But other than that, and of course there was clearly meant to be a Kieran / Casey episode of. Although now I kind of wonder if the Kieran stuff that people saw leaked was, or data mined rather, if that was more just Lake House stuff. It might have been. But there was definitely going to be a Alex Casey episode of Night Springs that got cut because he died. We did hear a little bit of the recording of it. I actually don't know if we're going to get to hear that again this time. I don't know if you can hear that a second time, which is unfortunate, but ultimately it's the right choice. Sorry, no. It is unfortunate. It's not the right choice to let people not be able to hear that send off a second time. I hope that's patched in eventually because I don't want that to just be something I would basically have to delete my save to hear again. Like that doesn't feel right. But whatever. Yeah. No, not yeah. That sounded optimistic and cheery. Vince McCaffrey, you were a wonderful actor. You did an incredible job. You brought tons of joy to so many people, and you were a class act talent. You were always ready to do literally anything that these people asked of you, and clearly you did a good job. Um, I should probably play Max Payne 2 at some point, and maybe even 3, which I own a physical copy of that I have not played on 360 that works on my Xbox. Uh, Also, I think Max Payne 2 is actually available on Xbox Store. I was kind of thinking I should just wait until the remake, but now I'm thinking, because I did Max Payne 1 already, but now I'm kind of thinking maybe I should actually just play Max Payne 2 for the sake of, like, uh, Max Payne 2 and 3, for the sake of being able to talk about them, at least when it comes to other remakes. I feel like it's probably good to be able to have those in my brain and appreciate that properly. But yeah, anyway, um, yeah, let's thank you, McCaff. Thanks you, thank you, Jess McCaffrey. You clearly were a wonderful person, and unfortunately, that's where your story ended, and it sucks. There would have been no real good time for anybody's story to end, but yeah, we're all gonna miss you. And but man, if this is the final project of your career, what a thing to go out on, truly. I assume he had nothing else
It
cooking.
can't be a coincidence that another body turns up just as we arrive in town. Feels like the killer's leaving us a message.
I'm glad you're on this case with me, Anderson. It's right up your alley. You should take lead. Think of me as the backup.
Okay. Any words of advice?
It's been a year, and I still can't turn my camera when in scenes to look at Saga's facial animation or Alan's, and it makes me sad. Why Remedy?
Nothing that would cheer anyone up. Here we are.
To be real, I don't know how long this stream is gonna be. We're kind of just opening the book on this one for tonight, and we'll see what happens after that. But
Time to get to work.
I kind of wanted to just get a little bit in tonight, just start it up.
A deputy was supposed to be here to show us to the crime scene. There's the car, so where's the deputy?
Eaten by a bear?
I shouldn't have to do this to see my fucking character's facial animation. Evidence photo. Oh, that's cool. Macro. Oh, there's a lot of stuff in here, huh? Alice photo. Ooh, that's neat. Wow, this is very in depth. Holy shit, that's fun. Yeah, I haven't gotten to mess around with this photo mode at all, so I'm not really like a huge photo mode person, but like, yeah, you gotta have that shit in there. Everybody loves that shit.
Worth memorizing before we get swallowed up by the trees.
I think I hear someone. Could be our deputy.
I can go take a look.
As a note, it's been long enough that I don't remember where all the collectibles are, which is great because that means I have an excuse to fucking rummage again.
I can't leave you
Also,
yet.
I'm gonna be doing this game
Lots
again
of
with
work left to do.
Mom because she's excited about this, and we're kind of working through Control right now. So familiarizing myself with where these things are is another reason why going through this now is a good idea. Because the less time with me faffing about is the better for her. I'm gonna read everything again because I might have new thoughts. You never know. It's been a year. The rarest wildlife in the Pacific Northwest. I finally made my way to Cauldron Lake. The fence was easy to climb over with the proper gear and skills, which I thankfully possess. Now, next goal, uh, spotting the rare and elusive orange-crowned warbler. A little late in the season, but hopefully I can catch it before it begins the journey south. Its journey south. I've noticed intriguing behavior in the surrounding common bird life. They seem to be alarmed and swarm around the lake. No birds of prey nearby. There are some strange sounds carried on the wind, however, nothing I can recognize or explain. Getting a little concerned, I might have to find another spot somewhere safer. The sounds are getting closer. Moved inland, foliage is stunning. Must have come back in the fall. Had to stop and sketch this gorgeous vine maple just at the way that Methuselah's beard hangs off of it. I feel like that might be actually the right way to pronounce it. This is why trees are better than people. Speaking of people, saw some drunk guy staggering around the forest earlier, acting weird. Maybe drugs? Kept my distance. Should probably find another spot. So annoying. After I saw that weirdo guy, I decided to change spots again. Moved up the mountain a bit. Found a fantastic overlook to camp at. But I'm more interested in this Alaska onion grass. Invasive but edible. That's surprisingly tasty. Started hearing wolves and wild dogs or something after 10 minutes, but they sound wrong. Ribbies? Ribbies? Rabies? Want to leave the sun, but want to leave, but the sun is going down and my stupid phone is dead. Kind of hide in the tent and hope they go away. Something is really not right about this place. I don't know who that is that wrote that, but I believe there's an implication
The
that something
Federal
was
Bureau of
written somewhere that
Control.
was
That's a new
him.
one. Toxic volcanic gas, huh?
The FBC is an obscure branch. It only shows up for unusual cases.
Well, what's so unusual about volcanic gas?
Beats me.
Locked. They really don't want people coming in here.
Charm slots. All right.
Welcome back, Anderson.
Hey, over here. Hey there. Agent Casey, right? Sheriff Breaker said you'd be coming by to take over the case.
You're half right. Anderson?
Saga Anderson. I'll be leading this case. Seems you already know my partner, Alex Casey.
Shoot. Sorry about that, ma'am. I'm Deputy Mulligan.
I'm not racist at
I
all.
just figured that, federal agent's right here, Thornton. My partner, Thornton, down at the crime scene. He's not what you call the sharpest axe in the shed.
Right here? What do you mean? Are they with you? Oh, shit. They didn't hear me, did they?
What can you tell us about the crime scene?
Tell them about the heart.
I was getting to that, Thornton. Well, we reckon there are some,
1 second. I haven't messed with the options in this game in a long time, and I wonder if there's actually anything extra that was added that I'm not even aware is there. Oh, that's right. They added gyro aiming. It's not really for me, but it's neat. Quick turn. Oh, that's right. They added in alternate quick turn controls. Yeah. Now you can do it by holding back and clicking in the stick. That's way better than it used to be. Yeah, that's right. They added in a bunch of these little these gameplay features. A lot of these I would consider cheats. Well, no, sorry, no, not cheats. They're accessibility things. But like quite a few of them are well, so these are cheats, like infinite ammo, infinite flashlight batteries, one shot kill, immortality, stuff like that. Um, but but stuff like this is actually great. Like that because I don't think the original quick turn input is good at all. Actually, I think it's actually quite bad. It barely worked. So that's a great thing. We don't need to worry about any of these. Healing items will use taps instead of holds. Oh, that's kind of interesting. The holds never really bothered me though, to be honest. Light shifters. I don't remember what that is actually. Yeah. Oh, the the statuette. Gotcha. Yeah. I don't really need any of these to be anything for taps. I think that's actually fine. Um, this is all good as off. Again, already checked that though. Um, don't need to worry about those. Yeah, is there any extra things I could do with subtitles? No. Hide HUD. Hide all non-essential elements from the HUD screen. What do you consider non-essential? Is a good question. So won't do that.
When the
Oh no, stream is freaking out. Please don't do this now. Come on, stop that.
should be,
Wait,
well, you know,
fine now?
inside.
Okay, it's fine now. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, YouTube, why must you do this to me?
Were there any witnesses?
Yeah, a couple out-of-towners. I wonder what they were doing sneaking around the woods at night.
Mention the city folk. It's pretty.
What's the issue here? Hold on, I'm gonna refresh the page. I need to be monitoring the stream at all times in case it decides to shit its ass. Okay, there.
But
Jesus
don't worry.
fucking
Sheriff
Christ.
Breaker took them back to town a while ago.
I want to see the body. How do we get there?
Oh, sure, that's real simple. Just through the hole in the fence, down the hill towards the lake, around the old convenience store. You can't miss it. Everything's been closed since the area was fenced off. The store, the campground, all of it.
Hey, Mulligan, tell him I'm here waiting. I'll show him around.
They got it, Thornton.
For the sake of mild continuity, okay, yeah, so this UI I have, interesting. What causes, yeah, what parts of the UI are they saying they're hiding? Maybe I should check that when I'm in a gameplay segment because this segment might not be good to test that on.
Stay the hell out of it. All of them.
Shut up, Thornton. They can still.
No, I'm usually a calm person. Yoga 3 times a week. But these goddamn
Before we get to the crime scene, there's time to review the facts of the case so far. Make sure I'm seeing the clues clearly.
All right.
The Mind Place. My version of the Mind Palace technique. To sift through clues and work the case. Building the Mind Place again for each case. Using each field office as a model in my head. The facts are on the board.
So good. Several things are interesting to me about this is that like there are several cases that do not get 100% filled by the end of the game. I know that for a fact. Like there are cases that have things on it that like by the end of the game in a regular save are unfilled, right? You can fill most of them, but there are a couple that have like slots that empty, and I've looked. Like I've done runs where I used like 100% guides for every clue, right? And I have found every single one you could find. There are things that you can't find. I remember because originally we thought Lake House was going to be Alan and Saga again because the description of the DLC when they announced the season pass said continue Alan and Saga's journey or whatever, and I was like, oh, so I assumed it was a post game thing where you play as more of them. I will admit I'm slightly deflated still in that it's
Everything
not
we know
that,
about the previous murders.
but it's still great what we got.
Worth taking another look.
But I assumed that was going to be, oh, well, so we'll find the last several clues like in here, basically. But no, actually, no, actually, there are just things that are not there. Although I'm gonna Alan Wake 2 all case board clues. I'm just gonna go ahead and get one for the sake of getting absolutely everything. I mean, let's be real, we understand the plot at this point, but you never know. Maybe there's some things I did miss. So might as well go for that this time. Um, oh, it's not even a fucking how to find all of them. It's just how to use it. Yeah, unfortunately, there are no guides on how to actually get everything for it, which I think is a little stupid. I think someone should have written that out, but whatever. Yeah, you'd think that someone would want to have like a here's where all of them are, but whatever. Um, yeah. Before later clues, missing investigation threads. Yeah, it's tricky to tell, but largely, the case board is it has a couple things that it's like, and again, I just assumed, oh, when you're playing as her in Lake House, you'll find those things, but no, actually, that's not really it. Um, we're gonna try our best again to get everything again, just like normal. Um, but yeah, it's funny now having hey, VOD watching person in the future, who let's just say you watched the original playthrough and then the final draft playthrough, the DLC, and now you're watching this, which by the way, holy shit, if you actually did that, thank you. Um, uh, since I first played this, Silent Hill 2 Remake came out and it was good. that was that was the shock of the year. Actually, it wasn't just good. I think it might be my favorite survival horror game ever made, which is not the outcome I was expecting. Um, but I want to take it exactly, you know? And now I'm just sitting there like, I wonder if this will kind of swing back in the direction. Yeah. We're going to make sure to read all these again, just for the sake of it being definitive. All victims reported missing in 2010. No other commonalities. Victim. Also, there might be things to mention about them, to be honest. And in quite a few cases, there are. Victim was reported missing in 2010, discovered in 2012, buried in a shallow grave. Ted Lane, dentist's stab wounds, bloating, bruising on the wrists. I've only met one normal set of dentists, and thankfully, it's the ones I'm currently at. All the others were weird mutants. Wendy Davis, teacher, body bloated, large chest wound. Now, this one's interesting because Wendy Davis is, of course, the subject of the Pat Maine radio shows throughout this game, which I think the final few of them were bugged originally and you couldn't hear them. And I think when I played through the game last, I didn't realize how to trigger them. So I don't think I've actually heard how that ends. So we'll try to get that in this time, I guess, if we can. Like, I'm kind of gonna. Shit, actually, maybe I should just quickly YouTube all Pat Maine radio shows, and like maybe I should like identify where these all are. Because again, there were a few you just couldn't get when the game launched on at least on PS5. Like they were bugged. Alan, wait, two, no, not free. All Pat radio shows. Yeah, I would very much like to see where these all are. Yeah, all 7 out of 9 Pat Maine radio show locations. The rest are bugged. Yeah. Um, interesting. Let's see. Yeah, there are not. Yeah, there are 9 that you can find. Yeah, interesting. Um, I would really like to see that. Please, does anybody have this? Surely someone made a video on this. Come on. I'll do it in Google. All Pat Maine radio shows. Pat Maine radio shows. 7 and 9. Interesting. They seem to be bugged. Okay, I have a list. Thank God I can use this. Um, They are. You can find them throughout chapter 6 and 7 through summoning, basically. So there's summon, summoning. Really, there's a radio and summoning? Huh. Alan Wake 2 All Collectibles Guide. Lunchboxes, cult stashes, nursery rhymes, weapons, echoes, powers, pages. Does that actually include the fucking radio shows? We'll take that. Doesn't fucking appear to. Great. Although, to be fair, I should actually have this near me. Fair enough. Whatever. We'll try to be thorough, I guess. But yeah, it's going to be a little tricky. It's. They did such a great job. This game's so fantastic. And just even touching it again, I'm just like, oh, I'm back. Man. Yeah. But now I'm seeing in the patch notes for patch 1.24, which is in November, all Pat main radio shows are now listenable. We're sorry. What does it say exactly? It says, oh, wait, I think it was behind this. Oh, I get it. It's patch 1.24. Yeah, okay. Either way, yeah, I could see in the patch notes that it's there. It's just buried in here somewhere. But yeah, all Pat May radio shows now listenable. Which that sucks that happened right out the gate. Yeah, I wish I could hear. I wish I could see. Yeah. Now I'm being that person that's hyper fucking googling things because I want this to be definitive. I have a lot of time. I'll be able to check this more definitively off camera. I should also maybe remember that I'm not fucking gunning this in one sitting. Jesus Christ, idiot. I thought there was something else you can interact with in here right now. It'll be interesting to see if I feel like this is maybe my favorite modern horror thing after this. At the same time, I largely do.
Pretty hard at work, Anderson. Close to cracking it.
We're just getting started. Let's head down the hill to the crime scene.
I guess the only issue with that for me would just be that this game is very much survival horror, but it's also very mystery as well. There's not as much combat in some other games, but at the same time, that's not necessarily a flaw. It's just the style. It doesn't necessarily mean it's better or worse. Hell, some people say that Silent Hill 2 Remake has too much combat. I don't really agree, to be honest. But I also think that, tastes.
Hey, Casey. You putting me in charge. Why now?
Look, Anderson, you're a better detective than I am. You've cracked cases that had the rest of us baffled. I don't want to slow you down.
Are you thinking of retiring? You know what happens to cops who say this is their last case.
Yeah. And you really shouldn't do that. Then that line hurts now. Chaos at Cauldron Lake. Rampage at the rental cabins. Unidentified man attacks vacationers in the dead of night. Sunday, an idyllic evening of barbecuing and late-night fishing was violently disrupted Saturday as a mysterious assailant attacked park visitors, causing chaos and destruction at the cabins. The incident left 3 people injured, one of which has been admitted to the county hospital. As to whether the attacker is still at large, Bright Falls police have yet to make an official statement, leaving local residents in a state of uncertainty. Witnesses to the crime were visibly shaken, one of whom stated, last 1 minute we were laughing and toasted some marshmallows. I don't know why this is the voice highlighted. The next we heard screaming coming up from the cabins. We didn't know what was going on, so we called the police and started running in the opposite direction, said Kirkville. Another eyewitness who preferred to remain anonymous said, it's like he appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly my dog starts barking his head off, and this psycho guy comes crashing through the trees. Don't think I'll ever feel safe in the forest again. You shouldn't anyway. A representative from the rental cabins, who chose to remain anonymous, wanted to remind customers, if you have plans to stay in our lovely cabins this summer, please get in touch with us as we may need to rejigger some of the reservations based on the state of the cabin you may have rented with us. The representative went on to further remind future and potential guests of the wonderful amenities that can be found in their company's brochure on the website, which is real nice, state-of-the-art. My nephew made it, and he's a real computer whiz. Does a hike a day keep depression away? It might be sunny, bright, sunny July, but it's never too soon to start worrying about the gloomy months of autumn ahead. That's right. In the grand scheme of things, those dead, depressing days are just around the corner. Have you been taking your vitamin D? Probably not. But for all of you thinking there's got to be another way, there's good news. Hiking has been proven to be incredibly beneficial for your health, mental and emotional health. So get on out there and do it. Just don't forget a flashlight in case it gets dark. Out in the night, there's torch and the lights. A heartfelt reunion took place this weekend when Mrs. Amanda Smith was reunited with her beloved dog Coffee Bean. Oh my God, I forgot about Coffee Bean. Coffee Bean, as his CV, as his owner refers to him, had been missing for 3 days, and Mrs. Smith was afraid that she would never see her best friend again. When I got the call, I couldn't believe my ears. I must have asked, "Am I dreaming?" at least 7 or 8 times. It was actually 9 times, confirmed Ranger Stevenson, the man responsible for finding the wayward K9. It's rare that you get to give these kinds of calls, but I feel really grateful to have had the opportunity with all the predators out there. Usually you're telling folks that you found their dog's dead, their cat's eaten, So it felt real good to give some good news, even if Coffee Bean is in kind of rough shape. Well, I'll grow back, sure, but, well, I suppose that's all I can say about that. Bright Falls' own virtual bacon champ, little Sally Upton's whole family erupted into cheers when she won the big match this night. I feel like I'm okay on that one, to be honest. There's only so much fluff I can take. I think you'll forgive me if I don't regale you of the tales of the baking champion again. There's footage of me reading it out loud already out there. I think you'll survive without this one.
Stairs are out. You okay to jump down?
Yeah, time to go a little slower, clearly. Mirror Peak. The mighty mountain in the distance is no other than Mirror Peak, the iconic landmark overlooking Cauldron Lake. From the right angle, its beauty will be reflected on the calm surface of the lake, mirrored in all its inverted glory. Fucking blew my mind when Pat pointed out that if you're looking in the lake at Mirror Peak, what do you see? An inverted black pyramid. If you looked at it at night, an inverted black pyramid. So good. So good. I'll probably have to play Control on camera one. Probably in the lead up to 2. To be honest, a part of me debated heavily that if I should just do Alan Wake Remastered before I did this. And honestly, a little part of me thinks that it was a mistake to not do it first. Just because, like, I do kind of want to do it eventually. And it feels like I don't know, it feels like I'm not going to be able to justify going back to it now. But I don't know. Maybe for like, maybe when Control 2 is coming. I don't know. Something like that. I don't know. I'll get it in at some point, I'm sure. I don't need to do it anytime soon. Game's great. We've done this. We're past it. It would just be for funsies. Mortar Falls. This powerful feat of nature will revive the spirit as it does the surrounding nature. The churning, grinding waters at the bottom of the falls resemble a mortar and pestle, quite like the one of the Witch of Cauldron Lake is fabled to have used to travel through the night sky. I love the implications they have that there are all these other, like, all these other folk tales that have just popped up about Barbara over the years.
Kid's lunchbox? An Alex Casey movie lunchbox. Casey hates the endless jokes about coincidentally having the same name as a fake detective.
Coincidental.
He hates those cheesy crime books, but he really hates the movies.
Implying, perhaps, that perhaps the film adaptations of Alex Casey weren't quite as beloved as their original format. Sam Lake's not poking at anything, I'm sure. Not at all. Um, my dad used to say, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Not sure where the tough gets going to, but maybe you'll find it inspiring. No, no, Rose, I will not. Another headshot, again and again. Yeah, you cannot get enough fragments for everything on a single playthrough. You simply can't. Only on a New Game Plus you can actually fit. You can on your final draft run can you technically fit. Actually, got to make choices and decisions. I know it's crazy. Consequence.
Welcome back, Anderson.
Not a bad place to get murdered.
If getting back to nature is your thing.
I love the detail that, like, when you're in the
Damn.
light, the flashlight does
Should've brought an
basically fucking
umbrella.
nothing.
I like the rain. The only thing around here that feels like home.
You think the local law had the sense to put up a tarp?
If they did, next coffee's on me.
But yeah, I'll mention once again. Apparently, the PS5 Pro version has some visual clutter and image clarity issues. This is not the PS5 Pro version. This is running this on the PS5 Peasant, I guess. But yeah, this is a standard definition run, so to speak. Seems like we're getting the better deal right now, given how much
Deputy Thornton,
visual
I take it.
noise there seems to be on
That's
that.
me, at your service, ready to get this case solved. Now the body's behind the store. Come on, I'll show you.
That's great. Anyway,
I think I saw something. It'll only take a minute.
I'll wait here.
I appreciate that they have those to just, justify the silliness of walking up here for no real reason. Well, there is a reason, but, they don't know that.
A lunchbox again. Who's leaving these out here?
Remember, it's just a bad day, not a bad life. But if you're having a whole day, if you're having a good day, ignore this whole thing. It's funny. I really don't feel like I noticed. I don't know how I didn't notice. Probably because I haven't seen the fucking movie. But I didn't notice the first few times how many shots Sam Lake takes across the bow at the Max Payne movie. He takes quite a few, actually. Mainly because this game is playing around with fiction and the boundaries between them. Clearly is using that excuse. We didn't actually finish looking through all these earlier, even though I said we were going to. Apologies for that. Down 2 weeks ago, chest wound was removed as cause of death. Percy tattooing on the body is illegible. Percy Wolf, store owner, bruising, part removed, strange tattoos, which I believe is the guy we're about to look at. No, sorry, wait, no, it's Nightingale. Package is ready to ship. Oh, really? Oh, that's Outer Wilds shipping out. Sick. Wonderful. Well, that's great news. I may or may not be planning a very special project involving that. No, it's not a playthrough. It's actually something a little more creatively invigorated. I've been percolating on that for a long time. It's going to be a little more extravagant. Let's put it that way. I have some ideas to make like a proper creative project that may involve that. Look forward to that if I ever figure out how to make it work. Murder method. Slight differences in murders. Bloating only commonality in bodies, but not cause of death. Chest trauma. Exposure to water post-mortem. Bruising on wrists and legs. 2 of the victims had bruising, some form of restraint, snapped or belted down. Yeah. Deep gash in the chest, heart missing. Most recent victim died of major chest trauma. Consistent with 2018 victim, hard to confirm due to condition of body. Bloating of the corpse is indicative of drowning, but only 1 victim was found in water. All bodies experienced bloating. Talk to a person. Go outside. Get some help. Be social. Victim number 3 was covered in illegible tattoos a message from the killer, maybe, or their art. Apart from it going missing in 2010, the victims have nothing apparent in common. Murder targets have no discernible common traits. Chest trauma resembles animal butchery techniques. The killer may be a sportsman or hunter. Oh, no. Once again, spoilers.
Finding a Casey movie lunchbox out here can't be a coincidence. Another message?
Writer in the note is leaving these to inspire someone. Are they really for? Are they really for me? They never fixed that, I guess. I don't remember it saying the originally. I feel like I'd remember that. That's a very overt typo. Did they add a typo in the most recent patch? You know, I kind of needed to hear this. Thanks, Lunchbox Writer. Just kind of figuring out where that dodge is again. All right.
Did you get lost?
Yes. Some suspicious activity spotted. The fielder thought he saw movement in the bushes. Footprints around the area were found, but some were compromised by the fielder. Note to self, train the fielder. Nothing to report. What is a fielder? I actually don't know. The only fielder I know is Nathan. Nothing to report. Some animals, regular. Hunters out after dark? Poachers? Heard some gunshots. Not one of ours. Gotta keep an eye on these people. They could get more than they bargained for. Good old Deer Fest.
I'll look around. See you in a bit.
Take your time.
Hey. Right, yeah. Check every nook and cranny, get things on the baseboard, stuff like that. That's right. There's also connections you can make that you can't make later unless, or not as easily if you don't pick up certain things. Especially if you don't put them together. Apparently some people didn't like this baseboard mechanic. I felt like it was very well put together. Oh, that piece of evidence is not related to a case I currently have. That's interesting. That's not quite what I wanted, Saga, but you know. Hey, Saga, you and Alan are in Dead by Daylight. How's that feel?
Shootouts with the mob?
You forgot the UFO cover-ups.
What? Those are real? You guys hiring?
Thornton, he's joking.
Let's just see this body, shall we?
Witch's ladle, witch's hat. So I think this next book or whatever we're about to read, I think that might be Tim. Yes, I think Tim left this here. Oh yes, no, Tim, absolutely. This is absolutely Tim. UFOs and You, the ultimate guide to spotting unidentified flying objects. Writing this down in case it happens again. In case it happens again and I forget. I got that feeling again. It hit me suddenly at 1:15 a.m. after I finished my AMA at the porch of the trailer. I got in the car and drove, chasing it. Starry night, not much moon as expected. It led me past Bright Falls to Cauldron Lake. I tried to find the right spot, the right emotion, and write about. And Jesus fucking Christ. The right thought. The combination to have it all aligned to make it happen. Terrified it would. It didn't. Not this time. Frustrated, but I relieved. Frustrated, but relieved. I scanned the sky for the shapes, the objects, nothing. But I blinked repeatedly. I think I saw the after image of an octahedron. It faded fast. But when I get ready to drive back, I felt someone watching me. Here, but not here. It's him. I know it is. Does he know I'm getting close? I'm on the right track. I was right to go to Bright Falls. Yeah, this is Tim. This is Tim. I think. Hmm. I'm gonna actually check that real quick. Let me see. Let's hold on. Alan Wake to Cauldron Lake. Is it polyhedrons? Is that what he says? Octahedron notes. Tim? See if there's anything about that. Someone watching him, and then it's him. Hey, wait a minute. This version of that text highlights important words in a different color. I like when games do that. Is that an option I have? Dark background for subtitles. Speaker name and colors. Graphics. Gameplay. Would that be where it is? Oh yeah, they give you an option to adjust these. I will never do that. I will never adjust those downwards. I think they actually said that they felt that they might have overdone some of the jump scares in the base game. I actually don't agree. I think it's the game's best trick. I think there are some people who unfortunately don't understand that jump scares are a tool in a horror creator's bag of tricks, and that there is a good and bad way to use them, and that this game is the case study on how you should use them. Like, they use them to hide things. They use them to trick you, not to spook you. It's really good. They have a lot of clever things. They load things in when they happen. Like, things change when they happen. It's a case study on how to use them, not just for cheap value. Like, there's function there. It's fantastic. I do at least admit the understanding that like, yeah, maybe some people couldn't have the actual visual effect of it maybe toned out of it. But yeah, anyway. Um, um, okay, yeah, someone has actually written out an entire thing for this particular note, and I'd actually like to read it because it's actually good context. Um, the note and book are theorized, of course, to originate from Tim Breaker, who is definitely not a version from Jack Joyce or Quantum Break. Wink, wink. You can see the handwriting on these in the shapes on Tim's whiteboards in the dark place where you find him while playing as Alan. Octahedron is likely the geometric form associated with Cauldron Lake or one of the plot elements around it in Dark Presence, since he saw the shape where he did. Let's see. After image in mirror peak reflected in the lake, which is brought to the player's attention. The informational sign. Alan seems to fulfill the king asleep in the mountain archetype for whatever that data point is worth in New Lake. What the symbol is about the mountain, not the lake. By the way, I guess if I'm just reading someone's Reddit post, I should probably fucking credit them. Someone named Kimey Cat. I think that's how you pronounce that. Probably not. Actually, it's Kimeekat. I should probably actually read out their name if I'm going to just read their post outright. um, let's see. The dodecahedron is likely associated with a time and type quantum break. Yeah, exactly. The hedrons are in control. Worth noting that there were 5 pillars in control, Slidescape 36, and this aligns with the number of polyhedrons on the board. Oh, that's a good point, actually. Wow. That I did not make that connection. Him is obviously Mr. Door, who is definitely not a version of Mr. Hatch from Quantum Break. Wink, wink. And of course, yeah, exactly. That Door is the entity that stole Tim away from the mortuary. It's also a report in the Sterling AWE and control that references spheres and flashes of light coming out of nowhere. Described as a sphere, we can see the item itself. It's held like a dodecahedron. Official cover story used by the FBC was a small meteor strike by the American Overnight Show, also controlled by the FBC, put up UFO theory, which ties into Tim's obsessions with UFOs. There's also the Willow AWA, which is similar to Sterling and describes another sphere coming out of nowhere, but this one is described as hollow. Without seeing the item itself, we can't confirm the actual shape. And that's so good. That's so good. Those are some really interesting points. Yeah, I gotta admit. Those are really... Yeah, but the point is, this is definitely Tim. Talking about Door. Clearly still office rocker a little bit. How do you like the hearing, Nitto? The knitting hero. Fuck. I made it just for you. The notice sign mentions knitting just for me. How do they know I knit? Or maybe just a coincidence? God, I really wish I could just turn the camera to look at her face during dialogue. Alan's too. Alan Wake is literally the game that made me start turning the game camera around to look at characters as they talk. 13 years ago. It's the game that put that disease in my brain. So it's really crazy for Alan Wake 2 to be so restrictive about it by comparison. Just let me see her animate outside of major cutscenes, please. You put work into it. Why even bother animating her if you won't let me see
The
it?
creepy twig sculpture?
All right. Wash your hands. Take the chicken out of the fridge. Take a nap. Wash hands. Take chicken out. Nap. Oh yeah, right. The deers. The deers.
Remind me of a dream I had.
I'm so excited to see the flow of the game now when you put the DLC inside of it. Wash your hands. So it's that one. Let's just grab that before. Every time I try to do this puzzle by trying to grab them all first, I always fuck up. I believe it's this one that's at an angle. Oh shit! Wait, there's two that are at that angle. Fuck. That's how they get me. Every time I play this game again, I get fucking confused by this puzzle because it's the first one I have to do again. Okay, it's the one that's tilting to the left. Or the right, I guess. It's tilting. Okay, it's tilting. It's either left. It either moved left or right. Depends on your angle. Okay, don't fucking get on me. Up the record, that's taking naps. The opposite ones. Was it this? Was it what's in the fridge? So it's ones that are opposite one. So yes. So this is crossing into, and this is opposite. Yes. No wait, it's up. It's up and down. There you go. Oh. Don't take anything if you aren't one of the trees. Nothing yet. Let this be a warning to you, fellow trespassers. They say the lake is a caldera, something formed by an erupting volcano or the sinkholes it leaves in its wake. But what if that's not true? What if it's something natural, something else, something less natural and much more man-made, intentional? I say the lake's not formed, it's designed, and it has a purpose. The lake is a hiding place beneath the calm surface lies a secret machinery ready to be activated at the press of a button. And the people with the button, they're in that big house by the lake preparing. I know it. Oh my God, that's actually really on point. First drawing, waterline. Real caldera is made from a volcano, lava. Second drawing, waterline. Engineered structure, strange machines. Oh yeah. Yeah, you can see. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. That's really good. So that, yeah, he thinks under the lake it's not a volcano at all. It's a fucking it's a fucking it's just a I mean he basically thinks there's another FBC lab down there, essentially. There isn't. But I mean honestly fair. It's a good guess. To be honest, if there also was an God, oh, the FBC would be stupid enough to put a second, even secreter lab underneath the volcano that they didn't tell anyone about at the fucking lake house. They would be. They would absolutely have a second facility that was even more top secret than the lake house that they didn't tell anyone at the lake house about. By the way, apparently the main dude, one of the marmots in the lake house, is one of the actors from Metaphor. I need to actually cross-reference that real quick. Let me just actually. Lake House Marmot actors. Google, I'm pretty sure Bella Ramsey is not who I was fucking asking for. I'm pretty fucking sure that that's not who played either of the Marmots in the Lake House. Is the Lake House like a Game of Thrones thing also? I don't know. Anyway. Alan Wake. Jesus fucking Christ, Google. All right, let's see. Diana Marmont's actor, please. Aline Maksud. No, I'm pretty sure it's the guy. I'm pretty sure I want the other Marmont. Jules Marmont. Okay, there we go. His actor is Philippe Spall. Let me check that. Philippe Spall, Metaphor. Who is that in Metaphor? No fucking way. No, that's not. He's Heisman. Oh, we gotta watch this fucking dude. Oh my God, I'm hearing it now. It is Heisman. Oh! Oh, this dude is one to watch. This dude is one to watch. Holy shit. I wish I'd made that connection soon. I had like 3 more weeks of Metaphor after that stream. Like, oh, by the way, if you're watching this VOD, fucking if you watched this VOD after watching the first Alum Lake run, the Nightmare, the New Game Plus run, the DLC stuff, and you're also watching this, clearly you're insane. If you're that insane, complimentary. Please be insane enough to go look at the Metaphor playthrough, because boy was that a labor of love. I was so happy to do upwards of 160 hours or so on camera of that. That was so invigorating, and it is easily the best thing I've touched this year. So yeah.
Hello, this is Agent Anderson and Agent Casey, FBI. We'd like to come in and ask a few questions pertaining to an investigation.
The station heads are not currently available. Access is restricted without their permission.
At this point, the Marmots
Nice
are already
talking to you,
fucked.
too.
Like, they're already all messed up. God, he's fucking Heisman! Oh my God. That's... I didn't even consider that. I remember Pat said it was someone that's also in Metaphor, and I was like, he's like, yeah, that's a guy to watch out for. And I was like, okay, I'm sure it's I figured it was going to be like Stroll or something. Like, oh, okay, apparently that dude could also do like a good English accent or something like that or whatever. But no, actually, that makes way more sense. Also, the Game Awards nominations were today, and of course, Jeff is going to fucking slight anything that's vaguely anime inspired. The single best vocal performance of the year is Heisman. So sorry. It's even though I did really think Luke Roberts was incredible as James, um, and that's probably who would deserve to win of the nominees they have right there. But literally, I literally can't respect any conversation about performance of the year that's not starting and ending with Heisman, let alone one that doesn't include him. Like, fuck off.
Now, this is the scene of the crime. We found him on the table. And we didn't touch nothing, you know, procedures and stuff.
Thanks, Deputy.
No tarp. You owe me a coffee.
Okay, let's start by examining our guest of honor.
She blew
Does
him
this
off.
fit the MO of the previous murders?
There
Step
other
1.
stuff to find on the sides.
Examine the corpse. Body is positioned on the table. Ritualistic.
PP. Picked up your first key image. You can place it on the mind baseboard inside the mind place.
Another body turns up just as we arrive in town. Coincidence?
Another body has been found in the woods near Bright Falls. Perfect timing. Need to see if this is linked to the killings we're here to investigate. Objectives are viewable at the case board in your goals. You are now free to examine the case board or leave to complete the objective. I'm pretty sure we need to put stuff on in order for certain things to open up, so we should probably do that. Oh, or we can't yet, I guess.
The killer left the heart right next to the body. Bruising on the wrist from the cargo straps holding him down. Incised stab wound. Chest cut open. Heart removed.
Major chest trauma. This is consistent with previous killings. Cargo strap researching victim. Bruising indicates victim is alive and restrained. It matches other cases. Heart found near victim's body.
Strapped by the wrists. Definitely matches the previous murders. But this time the heart and the straps were left behind. More clues to work with. This makes 4 murders that we know about.
Clues have been resolved, and the clues have resolved the open question and unlocked a deduction as you advance the investigation. New questions will be unlocked, updating your goals. So you gotta make sure to put all your little pieces up on your board, or otherwise you'll end up running things back. Oh, huh. Sorry, a little piece of news off to the side. Um, I was almost going to bring it up, but it actually doesn't seem as relevant to the stream as I thought it would when I first read it. So, yeah, I'll just go ahead and say it's not worth bringing up. But yeah. Anyway. Okay. Sorry, I was sitting here trying to be like, what the fuck am I doing wrong? But there we go. Sorry, I got stuck in my own head for a second.
Who is our victim? Who killed him? Need to find more clues. Large amount of blood on the table. The victim died here. Multiple people were here. Multiple killers?
Doesn't actually seem to matter if I hold the flashlight or not, huh?
Someone was drinking beer. They spent time here. Waiting. Someone left in a hurry. Knocked the tripod over. Was it for a camera?
There's that stuff up for later. I think when I say that there's certain things on the case board that don't get completed, I think I'm mainly referring to the fact that there are things on the case board that are marked as for later, even at the end of the game. That's more what I mean. Not that there's things you don't find. There's things that are marked as for later, even if you don't find everything. But I don't know. Maybe there are things that I'm not seeing. Maybe there are things I never found. I don't know. Lots of activity here. It's unlikely our killer was working alone. Heavy blood spatter on the table.
Indicating multiple killers. Quite the party.
Multiple assailants present. Messy scene. Crime of passion. Premeditated. Sound test. These things sound a little weird right now to me. Actually, hold on. Okay, that should be a little better now. My apologies. Oh, wait.
This mug always cheers me up.
There's other stuff in here that I can actually look at, isn't there? Right?
My first ever prank on Casey. A true classic.
What the fuck was the prank anyway? You just poured salt on him or something? Like, what's the deal there?
Mom may be gone, but whenever I read this, I feel like she's still here.
Sokka, for what it's worth, I think it's important that Logan grows up seeing you do what you love, what you're great at. Seeing you do what you love, what you're great at, that will teach her so much. There will be times just like this when you question your choices, your competence, even your insanity. Things get dark. When things get dark, remember to trust and love yourself as much as your family does. You won't be perfect, but I know you'll be amazing. Love you always.
11 remaining. If only the rest of the Bureau knew what a softie Casey is.
Fucking Sam yucking it up.
Miss you, kiddo. I'll be home soon.
Part of me feels like I should actually walk to the exit door every time I go in. You know? Just for the vibes. I think you talked to Thornton? Yes.
Any idea who the victim is?
Oh, I sure do. His name is Nightingale. He was FBI. He came to town about 13 years ago. Now, I haven't heard a word about him since. Well, until now.
Nightingale? Robert Nightingale?
Oh, yes. You probably knew him. Brothers in arms. Oh, and sisters.
Clues can be discovered by speaking to people as well, by examining your surroundings. Victim is Robert Nightingale, last seen in Bright Falls 13 years ago.
So you knew our victim?
Well, I didn't recognize him in his current state. But yeah, I ran into him a few times at Quantico. Never worked any cases together. After his partner got killed in the field, he went off the deep end. Got the boot pretty quick after that.
Is it just me, or are they making his or her face center on someone they're talking to a little more definitively than they used to? I don't know. Maybe they did that.
Robert Nightingale, ex-FBI, came to Bright Falls 13 years ago.
No one's heard from this guy in 13 years. Why surface now? Where's he been? I trust Casey's read on people. Sounds like our victim wasn't mentally stable. Okay.
Nightingale went missing 13 years ago, 2010.
The same as all the other victims.
Certainly fits the pattern. Makes me wonder what was going on that year.
Probably something this town wants to forget.
So what happened to Nightingale after the Bureau let him go?
I only know the rumors. Depression led to booze, booze led to paranoia. He got some wild ideas in his head, chased ghosts until he fell off the map. Guess he ended up here.
I bet there's more to that story.
But no happy ending.
I think that's everything. For now, at least.
Mm-hmm. Anything clicking yet?
Not sure. Need to think about it.
Tripod found near body. Looks new, brought by the killers. Why? To mount a camera? Weird snuff film? Cooler and beer bottles left
They
nearby.
planned for the murder to happen here, passing the time with equipment ready. They were waiting for him. But why Nightingale? He's been missing for 13 years. Why here? Why now?
Victim came from? Unclear.
Profiling. Get into the subject's head. See what they saw. Feel what they felt.
Quite an ability she's
Use
got
whatever
there.
I know about them to guide my intuition to a revelation. Piece it together.
We can use profiling inside Saga's head, Saga's mind place, to get inside the heads of suspects and victims. Using her intuition, Saga can discover new clues by profiling people of interest.
Agent Nightingale has been MIA for 13 years. How did he end up here?
Up from the lake that's not a lake. It's dark. He was there too. You are not allowed in the lake until he says otherwise.
Robert Nightingale came from the lake before his murder.
Quite a leap in logic, one might say. Sorry, I don't need to play coy about it. Yes, she has supernatural abilities that she doesn't quite realize are supernatural. Of course, we already know this, but yes, the profiling. I love that the profiling is immediately, like, it immediately sticks out as like it immediately sticks out as like that doesn't make sense. You are making insane leaps of logic here.
Nightingale was chosen as the victim. Why?
Like the switch.
Oh, there is a new detail that was discovered in the game about the profiling within the last 4 months or so. Something I will actually wait to point out until it's relevant. And we know it's true because one of the devs basically went, "Thank God, I thought no one would ever figure that out."
Component. They didn't see him as a person. More like a container for something.
I could feel the Nightingale came from the lake, but why now, after 13 years? Where has he been?
The lake is connected to Nightingale somehow.
Casey, let's take a look down by the lake. Lead the way.
Sounds good. This way, right?
Right.
Well, okay. Well, I'll just wait here.
This one of your hunches, Anderson? Did something happen at the lake?
I think Nightingale came up from that direction. From the lake. Probably looking for shelter. Safety. They were waiting for him.
When you're ready, I'd love to hear what you put together so far.
Sure. It's not that complicated. Nightingale was out in the woods alone at night, possibly nude. The killers knew he was here, ambushed him, dragged him to the campgrounds, strapped him to the table, cut his heart out. But then they were interrupted by those witnesses, the Bookers. The job is unfinished.
That seems pretty complicated to me.
Yeah, doesn't it?
What was this guy doing skinny dipping at this time of year?
Haven't figured that part out yet.
Mm-hmm. Lots of questions.
Lots of answers for us to find.
It is a supernaturally tall tree.
I want to walk around for a minute.
You know where to find me.
Witch's hut. Here lived the Witch of Cauldron Lake. Beware, her spirit may still haunt this place. They may still haunt this place. Midge told me today that her family's moving away. This sucks. I haven't even told her I like her yet. Oh, I remember this shit. This shit hurt. What's the point anymore? She said her parents want to get jobs, want to get better jobs and get her a better school in a big city. I guess that's fair. Who wants to stay in Bright fucking Falls? Sunday, I told her. She said thanks. Fucking kill me. Fuck. I snuck out last night again, went to the big house by the lake. Instead of watching it from there like I always do, instead of just sitting around like I always do. Screw that. Anyway, something weird is going on down here. I'm going to find out what. Going to go back there tomorrow with better gear. I bet I can find a way inside the building. Take some photos. It's going to be epic.
There's another lunchbox.
I know things can be a little crazy, can get a little crazy around here, but if you're ever feeling scared, just remember that Alan is watching over us. The noted side mentions Alan. Alan Wake? What the hell are these? Is the amount of upgrade stuff you get from these different for difficulty? I don't even know. I feel like it's probably not, actually. I think it doesn't actually change. I just think the early ones are really low and some of the later ones are quite high.
Good to see you still in one piece, Anderson. Forest can be a dangerous place.
I'm gonna go check something out. Be right back.
Got it.
Can I not get the Casey lunchbox that's down here right now?
Can't go any further.
Oh,
Water's too deep.
Water's too deep. Gotcha. Yeah, that clears up a little later. I don't know how long I'm gonna do this stream, to be honest, tonight. Have not figured that out yet. I'm thinking, wow, this stream's really almost 2 hours already. Jesus. I'm thinking that I might go ahead and
Did you get lost, Anderson?
maybe after the morgue sequence. I don't know. I'm not sure yet. We might, again, this one's just kind of like a, we're starting up kind of thing. Bear in mind, I won't be able to stream again until tomorrow night. So it'll be pretty late in the day when I stream more.
I think I saw something. It'll only take a minute.
I'll wait here.
I didn't know trees got that big. Gives me the creeps.
A witch with no heart. A strange echo of owl murder.
There is no mystery in Cauldron Lake being named after its cauldron shape, and yet there are many mysterious stories about. Many mysterious stories about the lake, it being a gloomy doorway to the underworld, or of a witch whose cauldron the lake really was. The legend tells that when the affections of a local sheriff went unanswered, she accused the lady in question of having bewitched him. She was drowned. What? But her dropped ladle grew into a strange tree, named the Witch's Ladle. The woman returned to avenge her wrongdoers. She was not a witch before, she was one now. She killed the sheriff, drowning him in the lake. Then she took out his heart and locked it in a box. With the heart, she would summon him from the lake to exact revenge on her behalf. Or so the legend goes.
Tracks. Barefoot. Nightingales? They come out boulder.
It makes no sense.
What? You walked through a boulder? Doesn't even make sense. Trail went
I
cold.
think he came from the lake. But his tracks make no sense.
Too many unknowns. Doesn't make sense. Asking wrong questions? A dead end, literally.
There's a piece of paper on the ground. A page full of text on one side. Not a printout. Written with a typewriter. Old school. Lines scratched out and edits added with a pen.
Like a manuscript. Page of a story. Killer left a message.
It's for us. The text is about us. The victim was one of their own. FBI Special Agent Robert Nightingale. And then there was the page they found. The first step down into terrifying depths.
Reading the words. These words felt like a message. Someone knew they were here. Someone playing a game with them. An invitation. How could they not accept, even if they knew it would end up hurting them?
Someone's been watching us.
Playing a sick game with us.
You were right. This is right up my alley. Nightingale came this way. Either he dropped this page, or the killers left it for us.
The page.
We found a page in the woods.
The
A story about
page.
these events. What is Nightingale's role in this?
I carry his words close to my chest now. Inside, the awful truth. You must dig it out.
Something was put inside him. In his chest.
Also a huge leap.
I must find out what.
The victim was one of their own. FBI Special Agent Robert Nightingale, gone missing here 13 years ago. Now he had suddenly turned up, only to be murdered in a brutal ritual on the very day of their arrival. And then there was the page. This page, the first page that they had found, not the last. The first step down into terrifying depths. Secret truths trembling beyond the threshold. Reading the words, these words, felt like a message. Was a message. Someone knew they were here. What they were doing. Someone playing a game with them. Leading them on. An invitation. How could they not accept? The sheer audacity of this impossible mystery presented to them. even if they knew it would end up hurting them.
Right. There's more going on here than I'm seeing. I need to examine this body properly back in town.
Found all I can here. Time to properly examine the body. See what I can find inside.
So the killer's watching us. Game on.
Casey, I think something's been put inside Nightingale's body. Let's tell the deputies to get the body to the town morgue.
Okay.
Whoever wrote that page made sure it read like a story. Like a scene from a thriller.
I hate all of it. The text said we'd find more. I believe it.
But what's the purpose? They're twisting events to create their own narrative to do... what? Entertain some fantasy? Projecting their desires? Are we characters or the audience? Witnesses to their design? All the above?
It's all about control. Deciding what happens to who. Don't let it drag you in.
Too late. I'm already hooked. I need the next chapter.
Hey, you made it back. Good. I hope you didn't get stuck in any of those big puddles. Crazy flooding down there, huh? Just like I said.
Deputy, I want the body taken back to town for a proper examination ASAP.
Just let me see her, god damn
The
it.
coroner won't be back in town for another week after Deerfest.
Not a problem. I'll do it myself.
Oh, and Sheriff Breaker called to say he's got the bookers at the Oh Dear Diner in town. Oh, and I've got a key to the gate. It's a shortcut back to the parking lot just up the hill.
Thanks. Let's get the car, drive to Bright Falls, and talk to these witnesses, the bookers.
At the diner, right? I could use a cup of coffee.
Let's try that shortcut the deputy mentioned.
Sounds good.
Seems like a nice town so far. Murders aside. Pretty woods. Cute lodge we got set up in. We should go for a hike if we get a chance.
Now you're just being mean, Anderson.
Deputies aren't exactly up to the task, but hopefully the sheriff will be more helpful.
Not a surprise about the deputies. Doubt they see much stuff this gruesome.
I'm not running a lot. I'm taking my time in case it's not obvious. I'm soaking it in. Yeah, that's what this is.
Boxes.
We're all in this together, hero. Have a heroic day. The note inside says, "We're in this together, hero." What do they mean? Who left this? Lunchbox found by the FBC monitoring station at Cauldron Lake. Station is property of the FBC. Do not touch.
Can't fit the clues all together yet. Heart removed, tripod, tracks leading to a dead end.
A tripod? For a camera? To record a snuff film?
Maybe. And why take out his heart just to throw it away?
To stuff in something for us to find.
All right.
Here we are. Let's drive back to town and meet the sheriff at the diner. I can't get that manuscript page out of my head. I've never seen killers reach out so directly before.
Damn impressive work so far. With your technique, these hunches were moving fast.
I wasn't sure about taking a case so far from home, but I'm thrilled to be here for this mystery.
Thrilled.
Need to swing by the lodge to get anything from the field office?
I'm all set.
I'll park there anyway. I want to walk to the diner, get a feel for the town. The diner's just up the waterfront. Shouldn't keep the sheriff and our witnesses waiting.
I smell coffee.
I'm gonna go check something out. Be right back.
Got it.
Historic Elderwood Palace Lodge of Bright Falls. The building was constructed as a part of one of the early settlements in the greater Bright Falls area. Built in 1898, the building has been both in private and public use throughout the years and has bravely stood the test of time. In 2015, it was carefully taken apart and relocated here in downtown Bright Falls, where it was rebuilt into its original glory log by log. The Elderwood Palace Lodge reopened in Bright Falls in 2016 and has served its customers faithfully ever since.
That concludes our debate on whether pets should be allowed at this year's bake sale. For those of you just tuning in, you're listening to the Pat Maine Radio Hour, brought to you by Davis Family Moose Jerky.
Davis Family Moose Jerky.
What an eventful day here in Bright Falls. By now, we've all seen the FBI setting up shop in town, and I'm sure you're all asking the same question I am. Did they bring all this darn rain with them? Deerfest is right around the corner, and we're all crossing our fingers for sunshine. So, I reached out to our top meteorologist for a weather update. She never responded, but I have her Uncle Tapio on the line from Watery. Tapio, are you there?
Yes?
Great. And Tapio, what kind of weather can we expect today?
Rain.
That definitely seems to be
Good
on
old
the menu.
Tapio.
How about over the next week?
Sorry, throat is kind of choppy. Kind of another reason why I feel like it's probably never going to get to
Chance the sun will poke out in time
go
for
beyond
Deerfest?
the morgue. Right.
Deerfest is coming, rain or shine. And that parade lineup is looking dandy as ever.
Yes, I like this parade because they're one float in the shape of a swan. Long neck and everything.
Oh.
A very large swan.
Ah, so you're a fan of swans.
No.
Right, well, that's our time. We'll be right back after this next song by the rock and roll sensation, National Nightmare.
Yeah, I never want to tempt fate with listening to those songs too heavily.
can't open this with my bare hands.
Hello there. Fear the dark, fear the woods.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, it doesn't need to be so aggressive.
Just a few more days. Take care.
So cheery. Regarding Cauldron Lake, look into news and rumors focus on 2010. Cross-reference with old case files from NYC cult. Similarities, commonalities, and methodologies, part of series. Find out name of good coffee from diner. This is someone from the lake house, isn't it? Obviously, they'd written what happened in the lake house largely by this point. Maybe not all the AI stuff. That might not have been in there just yet when this game was being written properly. Maybe, who knows? But like, it'll be interesting to see if I catch anything that more directly sets up certain elements.
I can't get through this.
No, not unless I touch enough gear. What a weird one. The weirdest thing about that is just the fact that it doesn't actually lead to anything. Like it's just an ammo. It's just a room full of supplies. Which, hey, fair enough. But like, it's not really, you know.
Hey, how are you doing?
Private. And look where we are.
Rest easy, buddy. It doesn't budge.
Take care now.
Hey there. That's good to have.
Welcome back, Anderson.
I'm gonna look around here because I don't want to proc
I'll
Tim
be back in a
yet.
second.
Roger.
Any interesting guests lately?
And there are things to see, especially these.
Merced won't roll over on the issues.
Honestly, that's such a big tip off. But man, they keep it just subtle enough. It's mainly in the back alleys that have the things that I want to check out because there are several clues you can pick up around here. Such as you. And you. Oh, really? It's not just this one. You picked that up in the same place? Interesting. Oh, these are pieces that I don't even have access to yet. Wow. Huh.
Who else to keep this city clean if not I?
Not you.
Protected citizens from the dangers of unsanitary conditions.
Not you.
Tweet, tweet, my sweets. Now why'd you go and do that?
The passage
Stomping
of
around
time
like that,
is
scaring the
deceiving.
poor little things.
The days of our lives are fleeting.
And the end, in the end, they end.
Okay.
So, how have you been? I hear things are looking up for you.
Oh, thank you. Yes, that's correct. My efforts.
Another Alex Casey lunchbox?
How lovely.
You wouldn't believe how hard it was to track down these lunchboxes. Thank goodness for the internet. This was just left out. This was just left out in the park for anyone to find. And yeah, right now Kieran is going into the lake house essentially, and she effectively won't get out until Saga gets back from the Mulligan Thorn stuff.
Oh dear. Cute.
Where's Casey? Oh, he went ahead out front. Okay.
Today, Charlie.
Yeah, he proceeded ahead. Okay, fair enough.
Not to toot my own horn, but I am pretty darn sure my...
How much have you had? Not enough. That's how much. Never enough coffee. Oh, rich, bittersweet nectar. Get it at Coffee World. Get it where you can.
Ilmo doesn't pay you enough for this. I promise.
Day of the year. Like Christmas, but better. Well, I certainly hope so. I hate the holidays. Got any big plans for the day after the festival? It's known as the staying in and eating your body weight in pancakes day around here. We need to recover after all that celebrating. Well, I've got plans now by the sound of it.
Let me guess. The FBI. Welcome to Bright Falls. It's nice to have you here. I got you both some coffee. Oh, it's...
Hey, Jack. I mean, Tim.
Nice to meet you, Sheriff. I'm set for coffee.
You know, I wouldn't say no to another.
I'm Agent Saga Anderson. This is Agent Alex Casey.
Tim Brinker. And let me just say, I'm happy you two are here. Frankly, we could use the help.
Your deputies said you had a couple of witnesses here.
They made them sound like suspects.
Mulligan and Thornton are still on about that? No, the Bookers don't strike me as the murdering type, but you can decide for yourselves. They're just inside having coffee and pie to calm their nerves.
I'll see what they have to say. Casey, you compare notes with the sheriff.
Thanks, Timebreaker. I mean, Timbreaker.
We've looked through the case files you sent over, Sheriff. Have you had many people besides the known victims go missing?
Sure. But it's slowed down ever since Cauldron Lake was fenced off.
Let me guess. Missing person cases spiked around 2010. The fence was built just after.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
You can go ahead, Anderson. We'll be here.
Oh dear, Diner.
Still feel like I'm gonna be sick.
Come on, Ed. Have some pie. It'll take your mind off things.
Hey, how's it
Oh
going?
god, the fucking bear is here. I didn't even realize they left it there. I forgot. Jukebox is out of order. The poor old thing can only take so much of the same song being played over and over. I'm as big a fan of Coconut as the next person, but come on! Playing that shit since 2010. Where are they? Talk, Moose!
I hate small towns.
Keep it down, Ed.
Excuse me. I'm Agent Saga Anderson. Are you the Bookers?
That's us. I'm Tammy, and he's Ed.
Hello, officer.
Just Saga is fine, Ed.
So, are we being charged with anything? Because if not, we'd love to get back to our hotel and decompress after what we saw. Take a bath, scream into pillows, that kind of thing.
We're not charging you. I just have a few questions. Nothing to stress about, okay? What were you doing at Cauldron Lake last night?
I'm a writer. True crime. We're here from New York, doing some research on a famous novelist, Alan Wake, who went missing here. I was down at the lake, getting some details. Perfectly legal.
So what did you see in the woods?
This naked dude came out of the lake, and he was acting crazy, shouting weird shit at us. He must have been on something.
Unless...
It's really funny because I'm trying to, I clearly didn't notice that like Ed just is gone after a certain point. Like I legitimately forgot that he exits the plot entirely and that Tammy's just left behind. Right. But like, obviously we saw in the lake house that like he's just hanging out down there at a certain point. Although like that implies because Kieran goes in. Actually, Kieran's probably not in there yet, to be fair. It's probably shortly after this she enters the lake house. Like maybe somewhere in the middle of Nightingale in the woods. Or maybe even after that, right? Somewhere in that portion is when she goes into the lake house, I would imagine.
Skinny dipping at dawn is a thing around here.
That's where fucking
Then we heard
Although if she leaves let's be real. Kieran probably grabbed Ed. After that, she probably went back and got him back out. I don't remember. I actually don't remember how much he appears in the game beyond this. Obviously, we see a little, some echoes of him in Alan's second segment in the hotel. But like, this is like, I'm trying to piece together how much you see him beyond this scene. I'm gonna pay extra attention to that this time.
we ran into these psychos in deer masks. They were tearing into the naked guy with knives, like some kind of satanic cult. And then we bolted and called the cops.
You know, people always give satanic cults a bad rap, but you know, in real life, it tends to be the Christian cults that carve people up more frequently. But you know, that's besides the point. They just do it in the name of the Bible.
What makes you say it was a cult?
The masks and knives aren't enough.
That's the wildest thing I've said on one of these.
Cult of the tree. The cult of the tree. Cult of the tree. Oh, and then we found it. The whole thing was terrifying. That's all.
course, in those cases, they don't tend to call it, cults. They just tend to call it, like, pray the gay away. But, besides the point. Either way, not a fan.
The cult of the tree. What aren't the Bookers telling me?
I found their necklace. The symbol is 2 triangles.
The cult wants their spruce tree bag, Tammy.
Finders keepers Ed. My publisher will want this on the cover.
Tammy found something. A necklace belonging to one of the cultists.
See, again, I love how well they thread this early on. Because, you do see her clearly recoil about something, and then her intuition builds the rest. And that's all fine. That's fair. She clearly does stop him from talking. It's she has a necklace. It's from the cult. I need it. That's the part where you go, wait, no, that's way too much. Girl, what are you talking about? How do you know that? Yeah, because she's connected. Because she's the seer. Because she is Saga Anderson, goddammit! Oh, good.
The Bookers were at Cauldron Lake. Why?
The fence was built to hide what's there. They say the rider fell in the lake.
Private party. No trespassing.
My book has questions. Past the bolt cutters.
They broke in for the sake of Tammy's book. Nothing to do with a murder. They were telling the truth. So you found something there, right? A necklace these cultists may have dropped.
Okay. Wow. How did you put that together?
It's evidence. You need to hand it over.
Told you not to keep that thing, Jimmy.
I haven't remarked on it in any previous footage of this, to be honest, but I just want to note, think about her regular voice there, and, the way that she talks in this is really interesting. Maybe not interesting is wrong. It's just, interesting performance from the actress.
The cult of the
This
tree.
particular way that she talks here is totally different from her regular speech.
Their necklace. The symbol is 2 triangles.
The cult wants their spruce tree bag, Tammy.
Finders keepers Ed. My publisher will want this on the cover.
It's still clearly her, but there's that, I don't know what you would call it, direct, almost ominous, right? Whereas, he sounds relatively like himself, just with that sort of dead tone. It's really interesting. It's a fun choice she makes there.
Thanks. This could prove to be helpful. Do me a favor. Stick around.
Well, I have a shotgun.
Like we'd even dream of missing dear fellow.
Oh, God. Saga Anderson. As I live and breathe. I thought we'd never see you back here after that awful, awful thing happened to your baby girl. How are you? I'm sorry. Who are you? I don't know what you're talking about. It's me, silly. Rose. You know me.
I don't think I do. And what horrible thing?
This bitch crazy for Cocoa Puffs.
She drowned. Your daughter. That's so weird you don't remember.
How do you know I have a daughter?
Oh, I know what this is. You're blocking out your traumatic memories. Happens on TV all the time.
Which is a very, very kosher thing to say to someone that you think is having that moment, right? No, right, Rose?
If you say so.
The look on her face well, damn, ain't someone rude in this fucking cafe. Last time I try to help someone with their issue, bitch! Jump across that counter and slap the shit out of you. Meanwhile, she's off in her head, fucking blasting haters away.
I feel bad for these guys.
I'm Canadian. How do you think I feel, girl? Actually, wait, no. What? No, sorry, no. Deer, moose, very different animals. Very different antlers. I mean, I guess we also have deer, but, you know, it's not quite the national animal. Actually, wait, no, the moose isn't the Canadian national animal either. It's the goose. It's on the fucking loonie. Or is it the toonie? I can never remember.
I need something to force this open.
I need one in front of me to remember. I think it's the loonie, because the loon, yada. I'm speaking fucking cryptic code to any American watching this right now.
All set? My guys have Nightingale at the morgue if you're ready to go take a look.
Let's go. Well, Casey, I got a lead. Looks like we're dealing with a cult. The cult of the tree.
Gotta make sure not to walk too fast. You skip that line with Tim about the D&D cult.
Have you heard of
I've
this
done this
cult
game
of the
3
tree,
times
Sheriff?
since the first one and accidentally skipped that every time on the first one.
That sort of thing.
We're not gonna find out you're the Grand Wizard or something, are we?
I played some D&D back in the day.
What are you talking about, brother?
Always my favorite class.
There you go.
Sheriff, looks like you have some guests.
Morning, Ted. Yeah.
Like, that line's important. It shows up on the whiteboards. He talks about the D&D stuff a bit.
More the merrier. Have a good one, Sheriff.
Also, again, like, now that we know that, like, fucking Tim is, like, one of many time breakers and variants.
Hey, what do you know about that waitress from the diner?
Right?
Rose?
All spawning from the real Sean Ashmore.
Why?
The real actor Sean Ashmore.
Drowned. She even knew my name. It was all very weird.
Rose has a talent for saying the weirdest thing possible, but it's best not to take it personally.
Oh, well, give me one quick second. I want to look at something. Okay. Can I put anything together in here?
We're dealing with an organized group of killers, not a lone serial killer.
Working with purpose, ritualistic murderous. It's funny because that conclusion is also dead wrong.
The cult of the tree is behind these murders.
It's so... The actual answers are so good.
I'll need to start a new file.
Because she has she's...
First cult case.
They walk such an interesting line because, like, they make it very clear that she's a very good detective, but, like, a lot of her deductions are straight up wrong, but they do a good job threading it because the reasons she arrives at them make sense, right? Like, the things that she sees absolutely track with the conclusions that she make. Because, of course, why would she ever consider that in reality, it's not that the cult is very put together and fucking, like, it's not that the cult is extremely put together and, like, really, like, a well-oiled machine. It's not that they have this divine purpose that they're trying to figure out. It's that the cult is actually ran by the 2 biggest idiots across 2 towns, and they are flying at the seat of their pants. And they have no idea what they're doing, and they're just kind of getting away with it because everyone falls in line and thinks they're smart, but really they're idiots. And, like, who in their right mind would think that? That's not a failure of her to not deduce that. That is a failure of the fact that everything around her is stupid. It's the best. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good.
I need to know more about the cult of the tree if I'm going to shut them down.
Cult stashes real quick.
These stashes could contain clues about the cult. Better keep an eye out for more.
All right. Plop these down. Stash right in front of Bright Falls. Cult stashes in the street. Literally just out in the street. Because they're idiots! Because Elmo and fucking Yako are, like, so stupid. They're so stupid. They just leave their boxes out in the middle of the fucking street next to. It's so good because the whole time before you get that, you're thinking, "Holy shit, they're everywhere. These guys are so fucking brazen. They don't care. They just put their shit out in the middle of the street. They're so bold. Wow." They must know that everyone fears them. No, Ilmo and Yako are just fucking morons. So good. So good. Peak fiction. What's the purpose? Marking territory? A warning? Feels like feels derivative, like something out of a horror movie. Because it is derivative. Because they just stole a better organization's logo. The fucking moment you realize that their logo is just they found the fucking FBC logo on a fucking piece of paper and they just turned it upside down and said, "Look, it's a tree now." It's so good. What a bunch of idiots. What a bunch of idiots. Triangle graffiti around town. Graffiti is in plain sight. Does it have a deeper significance? Does it imply a deep level of control over the town? No, it implies that these two have no idea how to be covert. Oh my god, Jesus. Cult symbol with a triangle necklace. A cult necklace with a triangle symbol. Jewelry can be used as a subtle indicator of membership, but this isn't subtle. A badge of pride? Yes. That is actually accurate. They're so proud. This one?
Think.
Is that really not it? Is that wait? Can I really not put that out there yet? Huh? Really? I thought it would say for later if you couldn't actually put something out yet. Is that not how that works? Maybe I can't actually put those together just yet. Maybe that's not a thing yet. Oh well, I'm sure it'll get to be it'll go off eventually. I could have sworn you could only touch things if you were allowed to put them down.
Hey, boss. Corpse is downstairs ready to go.
Yep, in the morgue, all prepped.
I'd like to take a closer look as soon as possible. Lead the way, Sheriff.
Oh, this is the Bright Falls Sheriff Station. Anything you need, just let us know.
We appreciate the support, Sheriff.
Have a nice day.
I'll be right with you, sir.
Yep. Just here to pay my ticket. Whenever you're ready to take my money.
Always go down. Hey gang, the annual event you've all been eagerly awaiting is upon us again. The Community Outreach Barbecue. Now I don't want to hear any grumbling. This is a valuable opportunity to connect with the community. Statistics show that officers who are well integrated with the communities, they serve, see lower instances of violent crime in their precincts, are more effective in their policing, and have overall better mental wellness. This is for your benefit, so take it seriously. Community voted drunk tank victim this year will be, drumroll please, Deputy Thornton. Congratulations. Looks like everybody's getting retribution for that speed trap on 12C last day. A friendly reminder that anyone out sick on the day needs to provide a written doctor's note, or you'll be assigned night shift for 2 weeks, and anyone who replies all to complain about their assignment will be volunteering as the assistant for Officer Lightfoot's magic routine. Oh dear lord. Front desk computer and admin email are not to be used for personal quarrels or for unofficial business, and always remember to wash your coffee mugs. Since my numerous friendly reminders about not having personal packages delivered to the station have gone unheeded, from here on out, if you've seen fit to send something to the station, I will see fit to announce to the station what you have received. It is a federal offense. Is it a federal offense to open someone else's mail? Yes, it is. Is it a personal offense that I need to share my desk space with your late night impulse buys? Yes, it is. You've been warned, admin. P.S. Officer Lightfoot, your beard oil is ready for pickup. I knew Marco's beard was too soft to be natural. What brand is he using, Lucy? Chet, I hate to break it to you, but you need to have a face capable of growing a beard to make effective use of beard oil. Is Chet... Wait. What is the... Okay, I think Chet Lightfoot is his name. Okay, fair enough. This is the third time this week I come in late for shift, and there's no coffee in the machine. You take the last cup, you brew a new batch. Oh, the squabbles. I know one of you is stealing the toilet paper. I've been counting them, and there's an entire roll missing from every day from stock. Theft is taken seriously around here. It's a sheriff's station, for Pete's sake. One of these days, I'm gonna catch you red-handed, and you better believe you get thrown out. What a disgrace you are. I don't think you're doing a very good job wiping that mirror. It's a little out of focus. Unfortunately, its rays are not being traced at the desirable degree. And he's like, I'm sorry, I can't quite trace the rays on this mirror unless you pay me 1,000 Canadian dollars. I'm like, you know what? I'm okay, actually. I'm fucking okay, actually.
Agent?
If you are watching the VOD and you say watched all the previous videos and are now watching this one and are missing the context, the PlayStation 5 Pro has ray tracing at 30 FPS in this game, or a 60 FPS at higher resolution, in exchange for 1,000 Canadian dollars, not including a stand for the PS5 Pro or a disc drive. So here's your context.
I don't know about you.
You're watching this in the future, and that's lost on you.
Gruesome murders and whatnot right here in our wholesome little town.
Yeah, your wholesome little town.
I signed up for.
You work in Bright Falls.
Faint of. Oh.
All right, everyone, be quiet. It's time.
Oh dear, I am a tourist, and it appears that I'm lost in the woods. You've only had a tour guide, also. It's bear season. Oh no, a bear.
It still gets me. It still gets me. It's such a good hit.
For a tour guide. Oh wow. Koskela Brothers.
This dude plays both of them so well. And yes, it is not twins. It is a single guy. You probably guessed that, but I don't know. You might know it.
Tour guide by Coffee World magazine, and I'm here to give you the tour of a lifetime. But Ilmo,
I've started to see GIFs from these clips pop up in like the fucking GIF search bar if you search this game, which makes me happy. These should be fucking spread like wildfire. This is not the case a year ago, even a few months. Yeah!
We have bolt cutters. Oh wow. You think of everything, and we'll take you anywhere.
My favorite, I must have watched the clip of him going, fuck the government, and Pat screaming, yeah! Like 20 times.
In the crystal clear waters of Bright Falls Dam.
I still need to watch Pat do the lake house.
Bird watching at majestic Mirror Peak. The tour of a lifetime is just one phone call away. Book now to get a 9% discount on this limited edition Oh Dear Diner coffee thermos.
Oh, you get the sound is a lot nicer when you do it in here, huh?
And it appears that I'm lost in the woods. You've only had a tour guide, also. It's bear season.
Well, now I'm too deep in not to watch it a second time. Yeah, the sound is a lot cleaner here. fucking explosion is so good.
Oh, wow. Koskela Brothers Adventure Tours. Unforgettable tour experiences at affordable prices.
Yeah, you can hear like the
That's
music
right.
and the sound
I'm
effects
Neil
much better
McCusker,
in here.
book
Wow.
Coffee
It's
Roasters
clearly the
last
right way to
guide
do
by
this.
Coffee World magazine, and I'm here to give you the tour of a lifetime.
So I was like, hold on, I gotta make sure the fucking sound, the fucking 3D audio is perfect inside my brain for this incredible ad.
True, Yako. Many local attractions have recently become fenced off by the government.
These guys seem very trustworthy and not cult-like at all.
Tours, we say, fuck the government.
Who would mistrust people that do that?
Oh, wow. You think of everything. And
That being said, like, the double twist on, like, yes, they're the cult, but also actually they're the good guys is so good.
National Park. Fishing in the crystal clear waters of Bright Falls Dam.
Not a real fish!
Bird watching at majestic Mirror Peak.
Thanks for that, Yako! I never would have known!
Tour of a lifetime is just one phone call away. Book now to get a 9% discount on this.
I didn't even, did you click just now? It's a 9% discount. Like, that's fucking nothing, Yako. Or Ilmo. Jesus Christ. 9%? You can't even go up to the full 10? Holy shit! He's so stingy, he won't even go to the full 10. Like, he's like, oh, well, I'll give you a discount, but I won't bring it to 10. That's a 9. If you said 5% discount, he would be like, no, 4.
So we share a morgue with the funeral home next door. It's a shoestring budget. I guess you guys don't have
Which is a crazy
towns, and he's away this week, but you can handle this.
I'm qualified to perform examinations.
What's the word? What's the renovation? Because, like, obviously this was not attached to this building in 2013, even though it's all in the same place.
Something about morgues. They always cheer me up.
I can't say I feel the same.
I love that. I love that line so much. Like that's really fucking weird, actually. Like, I love that Casey is just this, like, the epitome of what it would be like if you put, like, you just put hard-boiled in the dictionary as a person, as a physical entity. I know I originally said I was probably going to stop after the morgue, but, like, I'm kind of just feeling it again, and we're probably going to go a little farther after all. I mean, hell, we haven't even fought anybody, you know, like, we haven't done, like, anything in that department. Maybe we'll at least go through the forest tonight.
It doesn't budge. Okay, let's take a look at our patient. I'll start with the external inspection before performing the internal examination.
No, actually, we'll walk away from it and look for goodies, such as this.
Can't be opened on this side.
If I'm not mistaken, like, this game also has that issue where, like, you'll open a box and you have to make the camera look at it in the right way to pick it up. It's funny how Silent Hill 2 also suffers from that. I still feel like I need to put things together. It's weird. I feel like I should be able to do this. Large amount of supplies laid on a table. Oh my god, there we go. Fucking, yeah, I knew it. It's just a weird pixel, I guess. Large amount of supplies laid on a table. This is a lot of equipment just laying around. How long have they been out there? Colt were wearing deer masks. If they're hiding their faces, they aren't established enough to operate openly. Connection to Deerfest?
What was the cause of death? What other clues can the body give
The
me?
heart
There's
being
writing on here.
removed.
Can't make it out.
Writing? How'd they manage that?
It is quite impressive.
The body shows signs of being submerged in water post-mortem.
Yeah, for like
It doesn't add up.
almost 15 years.
This looks like text. A tattoo?
Nightingale didn't strike me as a tattoo guy. Defensive wounds. He put up a fight.
Aha. They did leave something inside his chest. Time to see what Nightingale's body can tell us.
What do we need to learn? Tons. Body's been prepped, ready for examination. Hope it can provide some actual answers. As I suspected, it looks like something was put in there, causing death. Chest ripped open, something visible inside. Looks like Nightingale put up a fight before they restrained him. Bruises, defensive wounds on victim. Some kind of tattoo. It's too smudged to read. Ritual writing. Bloating of joints.
Chest wound is cause of death, but the corpse is bloated, waterlogged.
Victim was alive when strapped down. The timeline is inconsistent with bloating. Bloating of joints indicates long-term water exposure.
There's definitely something in his chest. Did the killers leave it there?
So, I've always kind of assumed that when she's in here, it's like a flick of a second, right? Like time is not passing. But like, I don't think that's actually how it works, because a lot of the time you come out of it. If you come in here and dialogue plays while you're inside, it doesn't pause. It doesn't, like, the dialogue, you'll miss the dialogue if you're in here. In fact, they usually put the subtitle up in here so you know to go back. Which means, no, actually, she is not thinking of all this in the fraction of a second. Which actually means they're looking at her and she's just disassociating. Like, she's just fucking, like, her eyes are twitching. And so one of the dudes at the morgue table is like just about to say something, and Casey's like, just give her a minute. I know it looks like she's having a stroke, but like, give her a second. Any second now, she's gonna snap right back like a bungee cord, and she's gonna have it all figured out. And the crazy thing is, he's right. Like, that's literally how she works. She just sits there, stares blankly, eyes twitching, and then I fucking got it. He's like, told you. They're like, holy shit. She's a mutant. Illegible words on the heart. How did the killers write this on the heart? How? I can't make out what it says. Of course they could barely figure out what to write or how to write on it. Which, by the way, of course, the answer is that, like, they were trying to write a ritual and they failed. They did not actually succeed, which is why all the details are fucked. And why she's being led in different directions, because she's assuming these are well organized, put together people who knew what they were doing, when they're actually a bunch of bumbling idiots that fumbled their own ritual halfway through. So fucking good. I love inversions of narrative that do things that just fucking tweak. I'm gonna spoil Persona 4, like the big twist, in a second. Mute it for like a minute. This is your warning. I love big twists that are like, hey, here is a very like large operatic problem. You don't know where it's gonna go. And then, like, fucking, you have, like, the shit in Persona 4 is so dramatic and wide scale and far reaching that you're just like, where the fuck could this be going? What kind of crazy machinations could this dude be after? Why is he killing people? What the hell is his deal? What possible reason could justify this much madness? And then you get to Adachi, and his big speech is basically bitches, man. And it's like, what? That's it? He's like, yeah, bitches, man. They're like, are you for real? It was that. That's it. That's it. And it's so good. Because it's just such a fucking throw it all under the rug. Every crazy idea you had, just chuck it under the bridge. It doesn't matter. You were crazy. You were wrong for thinking it was something big and apparatic. It's actually something so mundane. It's the best. And also the fact that like you get to that and it's not like, oh wow, it's really that simple, huh? What a lame character. It's that simple, huh? What a great character.
It's the same type of page we found at Cauldron Lake.
Nightingale hunted Saga. Didn't see her. The Taken could not see into bright light. Light hurt them.
I love that new detail that he decided to toss in. I say he. I am meaning Alan, but I guess I'm also meaning Sam Lake. The detail that it's not just that they can't come into the light, it's that they like physically can't see into it. Like they look and it's like they don't see anything. It's like a blind spot for something that's part of the dark presence. They physically cannot see or detect light. They only know that it hurts. They're so averse to it that it's basically invisibility if you're in light, which is light is the opposite of being invisible. It's so interesting.
Made them vulnerable. Nightingale had no heart, but here he was, killing.
Someone's created a fucked up fantasy about us.
Hey, hold on. We found these kinds of pages. I didn't think they were relevant to this case. I have them right here. No, wait.
So like door grab it's so Night Springs. I wanted one thing out of the Night Springs DLC that I was like, surely if we're gonna get it anywhere, it'll be in that. And that was give me more about Door. I figured if anything that would be in Night Springs, not Lake House. And I was super right. Right? Um yeah, like the hard confirm that he's Martin Hatch. And it is a hard confirm. It is a hard confirm that he's Martin Hatch because it's his backstory is the exact same as Martin Hatch's backstory. The going into the cave, the country, and then ending up in a different place, right? Like if anything, establishing that he had Harewood's face is the retcon, but like really, it doesn't need to be, right? If we can establish he can have a different face in one reality, he could have a different face in a number of realities, right? So like that's not that much of a stretch. Also, rest in peace, Lance Brennan. We missed you. But like, it's funny how we did get so much more about Tim. We got so much more about Door. Although what we got about Tim was actually that he's a variant of Sean Ashmore, the actor IRL, which I guess means Iceman is part of the fucking multiverse. The Fox MCU verse. Fucking Deadpool and Wolverine is canon, I guess, by extension. God, fuck. Oh. I mean, it's also that's not even on that much of a bit because they literally talk about how he's played other superhero roles in the past. Like that's not even like a fucking maybe. Like that's a line in Night Springs. Like you played those superhero roles in the past. Like it's literally that's hard canon. That's not even like tangential. That's real. but like Sean Ashmore spawning Tims throughout the multiverse, and this is the one that happens to inhabit this universe as like a real Tim. Oh my god. It's crazy how they gave us so much more about Tim that doesn't actually answer anything. They just gave us more, like so much more detail about Tim. But like, because every episode, all the Night Springs episodes are basically Alan writing different attempts to get himself out that don't go anywhere, right? But like, okay, the Rose one is what Rose sees in her mind's eye at all times. This is basically her having dreams, right? Like that. This is what she's seeing when she's getting messages from Alan, quote unquote, right? The second one, North Star, it's Jesse, right? But it's it's clearly Alan's first draft of Control, right? It's clearly what he wrote the first time when he was like, okay, he was trying to make it associated with fucking Bright Falls. We'll talk about this more when we get back there, right? He's trying to associate it with Bright Falls, and he comes up with these weird ideas about the evil coffee. And he's clearly like at the end, reading that script at the end, he gets to them finding her brother, who looks like Alan. And Alan clearly gets to the end of that script and goes, "This is fucking stupid. This is fucking trash." And he chucks that shit out, and then he writes Control as we know it. Right, but that's clearly what North Star is as an episode. It's him writing Control for the first time. It's his shitty first draft. Then at the end, he's like, "Well, this fucking shit about evil coffee and fucking and I can't. You can't just write that I had a twin sister all along. That's stupid." And he throws that shit in the trash. Right. But then Tim's is the most interesting because he's getting fucking fourth wall and meta as shit when he's writing that one. And clearly, that shit echoed throughout the multiverse and created a bunch of weird shit. Alan was coked out of his mind when he wrote that one, and now he has to deal with the consequences of how many fucking Sean Ashmores he wrote into existence. / elaborated on the existence of? Oh my god. It's funny. Yeah, because like episode 1 is like her mind's eye. Episode 2 is like, this is a shitty first draft. Timebreaker, that shit clearly happened. That shit, he clearly wrote shit that actually happened. You can tell that it's like, this one's too out there to have not been echoed into. Also, we see stuff with Tim that, again, I love that they gave us so much more about Tim and Dor, but it's not in a way that it makes anything that it doesn't make you look at Tim in the main game and go, wow, now I understand Tim completely. It makes you go, oh, there's more here, but it's going places. It's so good.
Sheriff?
What the hell?
Surprise, motherfucker!
Show me the clicker.
I was a little worried I wouldn't have enough new things to say on this run, and then it might just be going through the motions. But I was clearly wrong. I have so much to say after a year. So much new to say after a year. And to think, I'm just scratching the surface right now. There's things I can finally put into focus now that we have the full picture. Things that I'm probably not even thinking about right now that we'll hit as we go. Oh, I'll mention right now, I also want to kind of... I'll have to do this off-screen because I didn't save it properly, but I want to make sure that I have access to my the end of my final draft run so that we can reread some of those late game pages and also see the extended ending when we do this, because I feel like it's important to see it again for this. I'll have to actually go do some stuff off camera to get that ready, though. But yeah, I'll try to make sure that happens before the last session. Because I want to make sure that I'm able to wrap it in like that. Yeah, like look, he can't see in here.
See me in the light.
Well, if you wanna steal my thunder like
My
that,
gun's
girl,
out in the hall. Gotta get it back.
safe havens will restore some of your health. If you leave or attack from a safe haven while in combat, it will become temporarily unavailable. That was such a great addition. The idea that once you leave the light, it turns off.
Gotta move. Now.
Technically, first enemy in Nightmare.
Vanished.
Oh, and of course we're going to let the songs play again. You're out of your mind if you thought I wasn't. Oh, every song. I don't know if I mentioned it in the original run, but Sam Lake wrote the lyrics for every song. Like not only are they original, but like they're peak. Pay attention. They tell you everything you need to know. I'm sure you figured that out, but like just the notion that he wrote them directly instead of like the singers getting like an idea and then working with it. I think that's cool. Sorry, I'll shut up. The songs are great. That's so good. The Seer. They're giving you everything right here. They're telling you everything. I'm going to grab some food, which means things will be crackling. So I'm going to mute. You don't hear that. I feel like one way or another, I'm gonna find a way to play this game on stream again someday. It's just so good, and I love being here with it. It feels calming. Also, it has intermission shit that I can put on. Like I can throw on the music when I want to step away. It's great. Like, Like that was one of my favorite parts of the original run is realizing like, oh yeah, there's just that radio. I can just I have to step away, especially back before I was pausing games with the PlayStation UI. Shit. Like back then it was like, oh, I can actually put on a music track and actually have a real intermission. That was a fucking that was a godsend back then. Shit. That made me happy. Now I have like a button I can press for breaks, and then people could skip with VODs. But I like that. This is much more homey. Um, I vastly prefer that. Someday I'm sure I'll end up streaming this again for the hell of it. I don't know if it'll be a good reason to, but this is a big one because actually doing it on Nightmare Run for the first time, um, uh, uh, playing it with all the DLC integrated properly this time, having I'm walking around my living room, by the way. I'm kind of just appreciating it. Um, yeah, having a physical, celebrating the fact that there's a physical copy in my hand, stuff like that. It just felt like a great reason to do this again, and I'm very happy I had a good excuse. Um, there was one more reason, wasn't there? There was four things. It was physical release. It was um, Nightmare DLC. There was a fourth thing, wasn't there? It was damn it. Well, it's at the start of the stream. It's there. It's on. I don't have to feel self-conscious about it. But let me use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll get on with it again. I would skip ahead to the intermission style thing that I just described, and maybe I should have done this sooner. But I was also getting food, so bear with me a minute. Muting now. I may have lied about muting, to be honest. I forgot that the earbuds don't let me do that when I walk away. It's something I've had to get used to. I don't think you heard anything though. Okay. What the fuck is my? There we go. All right. This game's also shockingly good for like eating time as well. Yeah. Just because like. Oh my goodness! I'm so sorry, bud. I stepped on your paw. It's okay. You're okay. It's so dark. I know. Speaking of dark, I should actually turn the light on. What's the fourth thing? 6'5", Neighbor of the Beast. It's funny. I've realized how much more that joke is in the rest of their games. Like, I think it does appear in Alan Wake 1. I just can't remember where. But it is also in Control, but that's where I first remembered it. But, like, yeah, no, it's in Control, but it's also in Quantum Break. There is also a 665 Neighbor of the Beast joke in Quantum Break. But it's much more subtle. Well, maybe subtle is the wrong way to put it, but it's much less important. It's like a guard over the radio sets that as a code for a door you can unlock, right? Or like that sort of thing, Which is very like, oh, hey, thank you, TV remote for changing out. Hey Alexa, HDMI one. Okay. She's gonna say it's already on it. Just wait. She's gonna say it's already on it. She did. Okay, no, we're back. Gosh, fucking Christ. Okay. Oh man. Anyways, that's the wrong controller. Oh no, wait, it's not because I was going to eat. Right. Ah, please. What?
He didn't have a heart, but he still got up. The page predicted all of it. It helped me fight him.
He just disappeared? What the hell is going on here?
We need to
Everybody
figure that out
disappeared.
if we're going to do anything about it. Somehow we need to make sense of this.
We were attacked by a dead man.
Right before things got crazy, Sheriff Breaker just vanished.
Maybe the sheriff knew more than he was letting on.
He seemed anxious, like he dreaded what was coming. One
Almost
more
like
mystery.
he played Quantum Break. It is interesting because it's now we kind of definitively have like
These pages are important. Breaker drew one before he disappeared.
Remedy's done this trick twice now. Control is a game where it's basically them peeling back the layers of an existing universe to establish there's crazier shit going on behind the scenes that you thought that's like a bigger deal than anything in Alan Wake. Like, Control is a game that
There's one of the pages on the floor.
I can only describe it as, imagine if you had the first Avengers movie, which in this case would be Alan Wake 1, which I'm not saying is that's like the level of like complication that it has. But then the next movie, Avengers movie, is like somehow like the real Avengers movie. That's the best I can come up with. There's probably a much better example. But like the idea of like, Control is the like Alan Wake is one case file in Control in the FBC. Like it's a small issue compared to everything else. Like it's almost a non-conversation starter. Like it's one incident, and now it's like it's so interesting. It's so interesting. And here we're pulling the sort of we're pulling the thread of it back, right? And you can argue Quantum Break is like their sort of offshoot adjacent thing. Which, by the way, there's a lot of stuff in Quantum Break that like talks about Alan Wake 1 happening in that universe, but obviously it doesn't because legally now it can't. But also, if they decided to buy Quantum Break back from Microsoft, I hope they do, because I think it would be better in their hands than with Microsoft, frankly. Not like they're going to do anything with it. Then it would be better, right? And then they could maybe port it and make another one if they wanted. I don't really know if they'd want to make another one, though. But also, like, now that, like the Timebreaker episode is basically a pulling the curtain back again and going, actually, this is how Quantum Break starts. Essentially. It's like, oh my god! Ah! Lake! Just imagining if you didn't know who Sam Lake was and you just think I'm screaming about Cauldron Lake.
The autopsy room was a mess, like a bomb had gone off. Nightingale hunted Saga. Didn't see her under the light, lurched past her. The Taken could not see into bright light. The light hurt them, hurt the darkness in them, made them vulnerable. I flick the switch, it goes click. Show me the clicker, lights are off, but somebody's home. Hemingway brought you here, witch. Get out of my house, Nightingale shouted. A wave of terror crashed through Saga's head. The awful truth. Nightingale had no heart in his chest, but here he was, killing a monster. The world had lurched out of balance. You found yourself trapped on the far side of the mirror.
So good.
Saga was back at Cauldron Lake. Saga had to pursue Nightingale. Into the overlap. Finding a way in would be difficult. A ritual. Saga would learn how. Stop the monster. Saga was back at Cauldron Lake. He was there too, Nightingale. Was, but wasn't a Taken, a creature of darkness. He was beyond her reach, where some other strange reality, the dark place, merged with ours. This place and the dark place, a tarp thrown over top, drowning everything beneath it, a flood of darkness, soaking into everything, spoiling it, rotting it. The page called this area an overlap. Saga had to pursue Nightingale into the overlap. Finding a way in would be difficult, required precise steps, a ritual. Saga would learn how. Stop the monster before he killed again. Her job. He'd be inside, waiting for her.
I will say, in hindsight, I am very happy with final draft mode overall. It still does sting a little bit that I thought that the pages were going to change more. I thought they'd be them unedited, right? You just essentially scratch his original version, and that would change how certain scenes played out in slight ways, but I can understand why they didn't do that. You know, might have been a bit much to ask. Wait a minute. Okay. It does say 109.
There's no rational explanation to what we just saw.
I'd love to blame this on mass hallucination caused by inhaling volcanic gas, but we both know that's bullshit. This was supernatural.
Well, I'm glad you were the one to say it. Now we can figure out a way forward. The victim of a ritualistic murder turns into a monster. Is there a connection?
Looks to me like the cult of the tree is performing rituals to create monsters.
What a great writing trick it is to have this dude be the first dude to be like, well, that's some ghost bullshit. Because the minute he's saying it, you're like, well, okay, okay, clearly, if he's saying it, then yeah, everyone around him is like, okay, fair enough.
Maybe. We need to start with learning this cult's goal, their purpose.
And he's like, now do you? Oh, she's disassociating again.
Dead man
I'll give
turned
her a
into
few minutes.
monster. Light as a way to fight him. Pages predicting the future. There's no rational explanation. This is the case we must solve.
Yeah, sorry, there was like a extra crunchy, bad tooth one in there. That in that particular bite, that was not fun. Nightingale attacked us. A corpse attacked us. I used his sensitivity to light to fight him off, but he got away. I need to hunt him down and figure out what the fuck is going on around here. The overlap. These pages aren't making any sense. According to the page, it sounds like Nightingale went back to Cauldron Lake, and she's a taken.
The page places Nightingale back at Cauldron Lake. Calls him a taken. We need to head over there, stop him, before anyone else gets hurt.
Okay.
I feel like they actually did lax up the camera a bit and let her angle towards the person she's talking to a little more. I don't remember it being as generous. But I also touched it in one of Alan's segments a few months ago, before Lake House,
We heard gunshots.
and found it was still aggressive.
Sheriff Breaker disappeared. Nightingale turned into some sort of a monster, and there are offices down. You two handle things here. We need to get back to Cauldron Lake immediately.
Fuck me. That's terrible. We'll do what we can, man.
I love how it doesn't take any time for them to make this connection.
Nightingale's heart was missing. How could he do anything? He's dead.
Well, yeah, right. Well, that's all crazy talk. Monsters aren't real, and what do you mean the sheriff disappeared? Like poof? He's gone like magic? Magic's
Yeah.
not real.
Magic's not real. Right, Mulligan? No, Thornton. Monsters aren't real, and magic's definitely not real.
I knew that.
This is great because these two know already, right? Like they already know, and they're just doing their fucking Two Stooges routine, right? That being said, I do think there is an interesting point of like Alan essentially writing the story. How do I put this? Both in real time and non-sequentially because of the way that the Dark Place works. Like think of it this way: all of Initiation has happened already, but also none of it has happened yet. You know, like it's technically Initiation is a thing that's happening. God, he's clearly gone through a lot of drafts already. I'm going to say probably we can't even give a definitive timeline, but for the sake of brain power, let's say he spent 11 years dodging different drafts and fucking up, right? That led to things like Night Springs, Timebreaker, Biggest Fan, all that other shit. Dead by Daylight, ending up in Dead by Daylight. Like, if you aren't aware, that also... Oh, I don't think I ever talked about this during one of these streams. Alan Wake made it into Dead by Daylight early this year. But they actually did a lot more with it than I was expecting. So Dead by Daylight's devs basically said Alan Wake 1 basically inspired a lot of the way that they told that game's story from the Dead by Daylight story from the beginning. Like they're huge fans of it. And so they went extravagant with the way that they integrated it. The reveal trailer is Alan riding in the cabin, and then he's literally talking about writing an episode of Night Springs in which he wrote about a group of 4 people running through mysterious fog. This is apparently an episode of Night Springs he did write that he could never figure out the ending to, right? He got stuck on the episode. He couldn't finish it, right? But he wrote about several survivors in Dead by Daylight, which I believe are the 4 original survivors, Meg, Dwight, and whoever the other 2 were. I think it's the 4 original ones. And the idea is that he just could never crack that script and how to end it. And then while he's in the Dark Place, he remembers that script, and he goes, well, if I figure out how to end that script, I can get out. What actually happens is when he does that, he ends up in Dead by Daylight. And then he goes through all of those trials, as he does, in a, as far as the entity is concerned, infinite loop of suffering. So Alan did all of those things. That shit is super canon. That's not like a sort of halfway, haha, it's a funny joke. No, Alan actually, canonically, in this timeline, as far as the RCU is concerned, he did all those trials. He was stuck up on the hooks. He's totally run away from Freddy Krueger and a Xenomorph and all of them. That's canon. And Chucky. Don't forget Chucky. Fucking Dracula from Castlevania. He's run away from Dracula. And he's basically he was trying to figure out how to get So it's at a certain point during those 13 years, one of the drafts he tried was to try to finish his Night Spring script, and that shoots him into Dead by Daylight. And then eventually he wrote himself far enough back from that to get out and back to the writer's room. But as far as the Dark Place is concerned, time is all wibbly wobbly, and so that could have been an eternity. Also, when you're in the entities realm in DBD, that's also like an eternity. So it's like a double stack of infinitude that he suffered through, right? And then, so at some point in there is that, right? But let's say for the sake of this game's timeline, we can move off the Dead by Daylight stuff for a minute. He basically writes initiation over the last 2 years. It's not really how that timeline works out. I don't think the timeline works out like that at all. But for sake of argument, let's say it's been 2 years, right? That 2 years of initiation is effectively happening on top of Saga's thing, before Saga's stuff, and after it. Actually, no, not after, because of when he when he goes back into the dark place. That essentially stops that process. But the point is, Alan is currently writing Return, but is also like acting it out. So like, there's an idea that like Mulligan and Thornton might actually be still normal cops right now, and it's not until like basically the next scene when we leave that Alan's writing oversteps, and now they're like weird racists, right? But also, there's stuff in there already where if you pay attention to what Thornton's saying, he's like every time they're talking, the first time they meet her, they assume that she's not in charge because she's a woman, or a black woman at that, and then like. That and later, of course, the line in one of the manuscripts where like Alan is like intentionally doing like racist jokes with them, like they're being like no, he's not doing racist jokes with them, but they're making racist remarks, and like he's like acting it out, right? And like there could be an argument that his influence over them is later, or it's now. I love it. You can literally interpret it a bunch of different ways.
My client has been held here long enough. Are you gonna let me speak to them or not?
Just a moment, ma'am. Someone will be right with you.
Filibuster.
How many times do we have to do this, Walter? Huh? I'm at my wit's end with you.
I want out! Something bad's going down. I can feel it. Let me out!
He ain't wrong.
Do you think I like throwing you in jail every other day? No, I don't.
That's a fucking lie. He loves it.
Nightingale and his cult are dangerous. We need to be prepared in case things escalate more than they already have. Can you call it in, Casey?
A smart choice, Anderson. Yeah, Agent Casey here. Yeah. We need backup. The Bright Falls case?
We ain't got none. No one.
Think we'll actually find Nightingale at the lake?
The pages haven't been rung yet.
We can't assume the person writing these pages isn't playing us.
I agree. But it's our best lead.
Mayor Sutter won't roll over on those issues. Because he's a good boy. My cat looked up at me when I said good boy. He knows. He knows. I'm pretty sure as far as things we can get in Bright Falls for now, that's it. I don't have an explanation for this. How are they doing it? What the hell is going on here? Casey, the cult of the tree is performing rituals to create monsters.
The killers are usually the ones performing the ritual, not the detective. Acting out their sick fantasy. They may be trying to get you involved, forcing you into their twisted world.
Victim's organs / body covered in writing, page found inside the chest.
Right.
Page where its heart should be. Text tattooed on the missing heart can't be a coincidence. I would assume not.
keep trying.
Nightingale only victim to become a monster. Why? Because that's not really it, actually.
Sure.
I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Need to dig into this. There must be an explanation. Not really. One second. I think I can't remember if there's might
I'm gonna
be
take a quick look around. Meet you right
another
with the
Costco
car.
ad back here. I'm gonna go ahead and put the rest of this food away and have it save it for later. No, it's not for you. It's not for you, sir. No, not one bit. Ugh. Yeah, we'll definitely stop after the forest for sure. Hey. Oh. Put this in the kitchen. That'll do for now. Lights off. Okay. Yes, sweet kitty. Come here. Oh, that couch might be here any day now. Well, I'm pretty sure it's Thursday, but still. Okay. Yeah, I might need to actually think about, especially since I was planning on starting up that Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough that I can have as a thing that I can stream whenever I have nothing else to stream. But that Tactician Enhanced mod is not out yet, so might be waiting on that one a little longer. Might actually need to stream a few other things that I was thinking of as like not fillers, but like things I also had on my list, like Stellar Blade, Hi-Fi Rush. There was a surprise one that I had. I wanted to play a duology, one might call, of old games that hit the PlayStation Classics catalog a while back that I was very, 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 very happy to see make a return. Why can't I put her flashlight away? Oh, wait. That's interesting. I can't press the circle button when I'm using that other assist controller. Also, I forgot I was using the assist controller. You have more lines now, Rose? She does. Fuck, I'm sorry, I forgot about that.
Seen anything out of the ordinary in town lately?
I want to make a note because this is a thing that people have caught about this exchange right here. I can't remember if it's this line or the next line. That like there's parts of Rose's dialogue where she stops looking at Saga and stares directly into frame. I have no idea if that's on purpose or not. I've seen their team play coy about it, so I'm gonna say it might be. But I'm also never really sure. I'm not the best judge of when someone stares directly into frame unless it is like so overt, like in like was it The Shining? I think The Shining has a big moment like that. But like, yeah, like there's certain ones. I'm not always.
Suspicious people in deer masks?
No one's suspicious. But soon enough, there'll be lots of happy people wearing deer masks for Deerfest. Practically everyone will be wearing one.
Good to know. So, Rose, help me out. How do you think we know each other?
We all know each other around here. It's been a while, but I never forget a face.
Yeah?
Or a coffee order.
Guess I just have one of those faces.
If she did it in that exchange, I actually didn't catch it this time, to be honest. But hey, fair enough. Can you see? You can absolutely see the spot where he punched the shit out of it. That's really good. That's really good. Glad that I walked back here and got those lines. Because woof. I would never call this game a Metroidvania, but it is interesting how this game, you know, um, um, like you get the oh God, I'm right. The Beer ad did start up. Wait, what? Where is it playing? Well, I got it either way, so I guess we'll watch it.
Yako, we're going to a cool guy's house to drink some brewskis.
I guess it must have just been on there. I just didn't catch it.
No, Ilmo.
This is my favorite
I'm very
one.
busy wearing a turtleneck and drinking wine like an asshole. I know what Yako
It's so good.
Mama Beer to the rescue.
Mama beers do not fly. Do not throw Mama beer cans.
Wolverine with Mama Beer. Wow, this is the best party ever. Thanks, Mama Beer. Mama Beer is a traditional Finnish lager, and we drink it the Finnish way. At the bar while actively avoiding small talk with strangers. Getting blackout drunk on a boat during midsummer and trying not to drown. In the sauna, using your beer can to hide your pippeli from wandering eyes.
Pippeli.
Partaking in the Finnish tradition of kalsarikännit, drinking at home alone in your underwear with no intentions of going out.
What a great culture.
Bad if it's intentional.
It's true.
Alma Beer, your Finnish drinking adventure starts here.
Apparently, I engage in that all the time. It's not sad if it's intentional. Ah, beautiful. Beautiful. Sorry, I'm just quickly cleaning my ear. We leave the earbuds in so much, you know, that I make sure they build up. Especially like earbuds themselves leave that shit for too long, and then you stick a Q-tip in there, and then it's just like, oh, you don't want that.
Take care.
Doing this shit frequently.
Did you check out the town, Anderson?
Just getting my bearings.
Is there another Pat Main radio show? Is there another radio show? No. Okay. Off we go.
And repeat. Clock out, get a beer. Or maybe 3.
That guy's living. That guy's living. Living.
I need to come
Sound
clean,
test.
Anderson. I know why Nightingale was here 13 years ago.
Okay, that sounds fine.
He was chasing a writer, Alan Wake.
I know that guy.
Abby mentioned him. She's writing a book on his disappearance.
You know the detective character from his books, Alex Casey.
Yeah, I've heard the jokes at the office. Cold case Casey. Murder case Casey. Sorry.
Ha. It's the same name, similar job. It's the first thing anyone thinks of. It annoyed me, but that was it. Then, 10 years ago, I started getting strange letters in the mail. Fragments of prose describing murders. You've heard the stories about what happened in New York. Some of it, at least. Bodies started to pile up. It was a murder cult. Turns out the fragments sent to me were from the crime books of Alan Wake. The cult was copycatting the murders from the books. In their heads, they were performing a ritual to bring Wake back. Their imagined prophet. After that case, I started looking into Wake's disappearance on the side.
And you thought...
I feel like the Night Springs episode that had to get cut, that was about Casey, because of McCaffrey's passing. I feel like this element is probably what it would have focused heavily on. We probably would have seen some of that stuff and like a little bit of the events that that shaped that experience that kind of turned him into this part. It's a shame because it is such an obvious spot to drill in on that they didn't take advantage of. That they clearly wanted to, and now we won't get to see what they had in mind. Unfortunate. Also, Sam Lake, I love you, but I have a bone to pick with you because all the DLC is out and I did not see Barry Wheeler. Therefore, unfortunately, your time is up. I will have your head on my desk by the end of the week, but I love you, and I'm sure you'll still work great without it.
This case might be connected to him. His name does keep popping up.
I just wanted you to have all the facts.
Where's Barry Lake?
Next time,
where is he?
Before we find ourselves in the middle of a horror story.
Give him back to me! God damn it! Now I'm sitting here coping like, man, maybe Barry will be in control too. I've actually dead ass come to the conclusion that I think we're not gonna get a firm, proper conclusion on what exactly Thomas Sane, who exactly he is, and what exactly he is in the Alan Wake series. Like, I think Alan Wake 3 will come and go whenever it decides to come, and it will be whatever it is, and we will not get a firm answer to what it is, to what he is. But I think we will in Control 2 or Control 3 or whatever. I actually think we're going to get that answer in Control more than we get it here. And the reason I think that is because this game established that the fucking Ocean View branding, motel, hotel, whatever franchise came from Zane. It was his invention, which makes him incredibly relevant to the FBC.
Nightingale's in something called an overlap. Need to figure out exactly what that means.
And once they figure that out, that's like,
thanks.
That's gonna make him like top of their fucking list. That being said, the Lake House also finally gave us confirmation on the big question I've had about the nature of Control and like what has been going on with Jesse, i.e., are they in contact with her? Is Jesse out? Is Jesse around? Is Jesse? What's going on with Jesse? The answer is no. The FBC outside of the oldest house has lost contact with the oldest house. Have for 4 years since 2019. Jesse has not made it out. They don't know she's the new director. We now have definitive confirmation of that. They're still calling Trench the director in the Lake House. They don't know. They still think it's Trench. And that's fascinating. That is fascinating. Of course, the FBC the oldest house will open in Control 2. We know that. We knew that from the concept art, but we especially know that thanks to the teaser now. The teaser that is in Lake House. By the way, I did not realize that teaser in the DLC was optional when I first did it. It didn't even clue into me that I could have walked right by that very obvious thing that they put there. Because why would I? I just assumed, if anything, it would force me to go back and touch it, right? But apparently, no. You can just ignore it. You can just miss that scene with Dylan that has the teaser from Control 2. It's optional. That makes it so much cooler. The fact that it's not required. I can't imagine anybody would miss it. It's very signposted, but like the fact that it's not, that's even better.
Because they're behind this?
So cool.
Or because they can see what's coming?
The fact that they have the balls to make
Impossible things
something
are
that
happening here.
important be optional or
A world
missable.
operating on different rules. I need to understand this strange logic. To see the clues. To solve the case.
Is Ilmo down there now, or is
More
that
about the
later?
cult of the tree. What sort of cult refers to themselves as a cult?
Yes.
In my experience, they don't.
We're not seeing the full picture yet.
I'm allowed to actually take this out now. I thought there was something in there to put together for some reason.
Hey, hello there.
Lady approaching with a gun.
Those restricted area signs don't do a damn thing, huh?
Hello. Saga Anderson.
That looks great with this lighting. Holy shit.
Here?
I'm Ilmo
Although she looks like she's her lip sync is way off.
Stephen here hired me to show him through the woods. He's in town on important government business, fixing this impressive piece of hardware.
I work for the FBC, ma'am. I'm authorized to be here.
And I bet you two are here about that murder. Nasty stuff.
You work for a branch of the FBC, but who is signing your paychecks if the oldest house has been in lockdown for 4 years? No, wait. They did actually say that there's a specific place that is now basically head office until the oldest house reopens. I forget what they said. They did name a state. They named a state that is technically as like temporary operations in the lake house. I can't remember what it was. I guess we'll find out over the course of this playthrough yet again.
How's it going?
How did you hear about the murder, Ilmo? Do you know anything that could
Yeah, the
help us?
lighting, if you put this angle, looks great. Wow.
Koskela Brothers are kind of a household name around here. Speaking of, if you're looking for some fun, stop by Watery. Just down the road from Bright Falls, there's our Coffee World amusement park. There's sauna ja vihta. And we offer a variety of guided tours, hunting, fishing, hiking, whatever strikes your fancy. You name it, we probably got it.
What is this thing?
It's just a monitoring station, ma'am. The Federal Bureau of Control checks volcanic activity and air toxicity.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they do.
No need to worry, though. It's mostly for research purposes.
That's one gorgeous weather saga.
I wonder which Marmot he's in the pocket of.
Family member made it.
My mother made this sweater for me. How do you know?
I knew it. My mom used to knit those sweaters for me and my brother. Watery, my hometown, was founded by Finnish immigrants. So between your name and the sweater,
I love that they just imported Finland into Bright Falls.
Finland. Pulla, Karjalan piirakka.
Close. My mom's family is from Sweden originally. I don't know much about them beyond
Look on his
that.
face like,
The sweater is just something to remember her by. Stephen, we're investigating a murder that occurred nearby. What can you tell me about your bureau?
Nothing that isn't classified, I'm afraid. But I don't know anything about a murder. Operations here are run by a different department. I'm just here to make some repairs. The wiring on this thing frays every couple months.
oh.
That's the raccoons.
So no, he's not in the pocket of either Marmot. He has been sent to fix this by someone else. I would assume, I'm just trying to put this together in my head timeline-wise, that if that facility is breaking down, if this way station is breaking down now, that must mean that the shit hasn't gone down yet. And actually, yeah, now that I think about it, when you call them on the line down below, they give someone answers, right? So clearly the place has not gotten broken to shit yet, right? So I have to assume something broke down. They sent. I need to listen to the opening again for the lake house when we do it this time. I assume they sent this guy to fix the way station, assuming it might just be just a communications issue. Then it doesn't quite work out that way, and that maybe Kieran is on her way right now, and that she's going to arrive soon, right? But he's checking basically the wiring, right? He's seeing if it's a technical malfunction, and then she's probably on her way to investigate to see if it's like a more serious issue than everything down there happens.
That's all for now.
So I would assume Kieran is not in there based on the fact that she's going in.
What the hell is this?
What'd you find there, Stephen?
Nothing. Just something that shouldn't be here. Raccoons my ass.
Yeah, someone sabotaged it. So when Kieran enters, the lighting is like after dusk, right? So, or not dusk. No, dusk is morning. It's right after. It's kind of basic. What's the time between? Yeah, dusk is morning. Twilight, right? Twilight, right? Oh my god. Oh my god, Ilmo. He doesn't care.
I don't drink coffee.
We brew our own beer too. Ahma beer.
Oh, now we're talking.
I never heard that before. How much do these chocofucks got? I never understood what Ilmo's real connection to this dude was, other than just like I think it literally just tour guide. Like they hired him. Like, hey, he knows the area. Show our boy down. I feel like it's probably that simple. I guess he kind of does say that. I just mean I wonder if there's anything more. Anyways, what the point I was trying to drill at is that lighting is pretty much right before twilight, right? So I think, or maybe this is twilight. I forget what the exact terminology is. Point is, the lighting is like the portion of night before it's like pitch black right here. So like Kieran's gonna arrive to the lake house in like an hour, essentially, if I've got that nailed down correctly. Like pretty much the minute we get down and the lighting shifts one more time, that's when Kieran's going into the lake house. Maintenance note: clear signs of tampering. Signal was rerouted into a transmitter that is not one of ours. I fixed it so any alerts will come our way, but it's definitely concerning. I'll make a report for the investigations department. Leaving this here in case I'm not the next person to fix this thing. If you're reading this, check for tampering. We may want to put more secure metal casing around the whole thing so that the raccoons can't get to it anymore. Steven, the chief technician. Uh-oh, earbud is dying. Time to put on the big headset. 1 second. Okay, let that charge for like 20 minutes at least. Let that charge. Oh, that's okay. So that's gonna be right. This thing's not properly synced up. Oh well. At least I know it works. Yeah, so I guess Kieran's arriving to the lake house in like pretty much an hour.
What's the far's favorite shape?
Please, Anderson. Just one case without the
a triangle.
I don't get it.
Yes, you do. Casey.
I don't get it. He just wants. Just please stop talking. The fuck? Oh, the other. Huh? That worked the same way in what was the last game? Oh, it was Silent Hill. Yeah, that also reacted that way.
One thing feels really off. Breaker's disappearance. I don't get the feeling Nightingale was responsible.
He was about to give you more of those pages.
I played this game like
Didn't want us to have them?
4 or 5 times within the span of a month and a half last year when it came out. And then I haven't played it since, and I'm really happy that I put some time away from it because now it feels... It was starting to feel a little rote, and now it's feeling fresh again. Yeah, like you see the last vestiges of the sun fading away. Like the minute we get down towards the lake, I think that's right when Kieran's heading in, if not slightly after, right? But like real close to now is when Kieran is heading into the lake house. I think that's how I'm internally justifying it. Still a little upset it's not Saga and Alan going in there like I was initially pitched on, but you know, I understand that plans changed, or they just wrote something vague, right? And they didn't really intend it to mean much, but that's what the description said a year ago. I read it out loud on stream during the first playthrough, so funny enough, the best way to hear what it originally said, because they've of course changed the text now on that original post, right, would be to go back and watch that stream, because I read it verbatim out loud on stream, so it's in there, whatever it said. But yeah, not that I was upset for it to be Karen. I was happy for her to get some screen time, and honestly, she was great. So no real complaints about that. I just wanted more Alan and Saga, and I thought that's what I was getting. So, and I mean, it's only upsetting because I spent a year pretty much thinking that's what I was getting. I wouldn't have thought much. If they'd said it was going to be starring Kieran a year ago, I would have just been like, well, shit, okay, fair enough. Yeah, the minute the light goes from completely still like shining through the woods into like gone, that I think that's when Kieran is around. Reminder, you can access the quick map without entering the wine place. Yep, that's true. Don't you have to do something before this is like a thing you're allowed to touch? I forget what my goals are. Look around the crime scene. Oh, it was actually check out in the crime scene right now, wasn't it? Okay, fair enough. When you play a game so many times that like your understanding of the flow breaks at certain points, and you like think and you accidentally sequence break. It's that.
I never minded the rain. Feels like home.
No sign of Nightingale. But the page did place him at Cauldron Lake, in an overlap. So how do we follow him there?
Maybe something around here will tell us.
Couldn't see that shit before.
Before.
Good eye.
Oh wait, there is more to see.
Bare feet. Nightingale. I'll see where these footprints lead. Can you comb through the crime scene one more time, KC? Just in case?
On it. If anything comes up,
overlaps?
Oh, sorry.
Rituals? What do you make of all of this?
The killers are usually the ones performing the ritual, not the detective. Acting out their sick fantasy. They may be trying to get you involved, forcing you into their twisted world.
But with dead men coming alive, the word ritual starts to have more weight behind it. We need to look around, learn what this ritual is. After we find Nightingale, what then? I've never arrested a monster.
I've watched you arrest plenty of monsters, Anderson.
Damn.
Monsters. Light worked against him at the morgue. That might be the only way to stop him from hurting anyone else.
Some kind of signature? Did they intend for this body to be discovered, or just an idle carving? Cult psychology. Cult imagery is usually subtle, recognizable only by members. Here, the use of symbols is enthusiastic, eye-catching, because they're idiots. These footprints weren't here before Nightingale came this way. I'm right on the trail. I'm on the right trail. No, you can't do that yet. Okay. Is there anything on the map still? Okay, good. Oh, in case you're wondering, yes, I'm gonna get all the lunchboxes. I'm gonna get all the stashes. I'm gonna get all the dolls. I always do. I'm not gonna start slashing now. That's part of the process. I don't think I ever would play this game without doing that. I think you actually have to go down there first. You know, you have to follow his trail, so you have to follow the footsteps. Yeah. Is that sun going down now? Oh. Hey there, tree. Ati's fucking existence as like an immortal entity. Or no. Or no, isn't Ati actually the name of like it's like a specific Finnish deity. Like we went over this at some point. It's been a minute since I remember the specific name of it though. He's the god of the sea, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, by the way, that I'm remembering that fucking note that like sent me into a fucking panic attack in Final Draft. The one about Ati swirling his bucket, right? The one about the Ati like getting the essentially looking down into the water of his bucket for his mop, right? And he's swirling it, right? And he's getting his mop ready, but that body of water is effectively Cauldron Lake, and like just the thought of that, of like because Ati is like a Finnish god of the sea or whatever, right? The idea that he's up there, just the idea that every time he's using his mop, he's actually stirring the lake. Like that shit sent me into a fucking aneurysm. I couldn't deal with that. That's sometimes I worry that the Final Draft playthrough is like unwatchable because it's like just me hitting the same beats, but like, and it's essentially me hitting the same beats and like largely not seeing new stuff, but then like there's like 30 minutes of new stuff all told, right? But when those moments hit, those are moments that I was happy to put on camera, even if there's a lot of just watching the same stuff again that you would have to go through to see it. But like, God, yeah, it's just like, oh, yeah, that shit was the best. God, where the fuck are they going with Ati? I feel like Ati will just be there in every Remedy universe game. You know, like it doesn't matter where or what, he will be there. I wonder if when we get a PS6, we'll get like a Alan Wake Ultimate 2 Ultimate Edition or like everything remastered or something like that, because like there is a lot of visual noise in this game that I do wish could be fixed. That maybe the PS5 version will just be fixed and the PS6 will carry forward any Pro-based upgrades in it, but clearly there's stuff that it would be nice to see fixed on the consoles, you know?
From here.
Jesus.
I can feel something.
Son of a bitch.
A presence.
But like thinking about Control, which I'm playing right now, which looks immaculate, and this game doesn't. There are specific spots where this game has like drawbacks. Like certain hair physics, there's a lot of like weird visual noise from like a lot of the path tracing stuff that's on PC that's not here, so the game doesn't have all of its like the path. The game is like a path tracing fucking showcase on PC. Path tracing is basically like the next tier of ray tracing, but it's like actually for stuff that matters in terms of lighting, right? That is like far more noticeable. But like on the console versions, that stuff's just all gone because they can't do it on consoles really.
I know Nightingale is somewhere around.
Even on the PS5 Pro version, they're not doing it.
It was a threshold. This place and the dark place. You're in over your head. Next stop, Caldera Street Station.
The threshold. Like a doorway. Leading to Nightingale. It's somehow connected to a tree.
Man, Doug Cockle was having so much fun. Standing around in a recording studio buck naked. He probably wasn't naked. But I'd like to assume he was. So would Yennefer. So would Triss. I saw a fucking tweet the other day that like kind of sent me through my chair laughing. It was like this lady that's just like, I could write a 12-page essay on why Triss Marigold is a bad person. I love her though. Like, oh my god, that's so on point. Like, just like that's that and fuck that bitch. I love her.
What if?
Oh, stream. What are you doing? 1 second. No, okay, it's actually fine. Why do you do this to me?
To the light. These aren't the same tracks that were here before. They're headed into the tree, not out of it.
Oh, I can't do it yet. Now I can.
My flashlight burned the dark stuff away. It was covering another page.
For the record, I never did like end up finding a way to compensate on the level of like, I think the game clearly is designed around having the flashlight auto lock to targets, but I don't want the actual aim to auto lock to targets. Like I wish I had the option to do just one or the other, but instead it's both the same binding, and I wish I could just do one because the flashlight's clearly meant to lock, but like I don't want aim assist on the aim. I don't want it. Like, let me see if I can find it again. It's one of these things. Let me see. Where is it? No, it wouldn't be controls interface. No, it wouldn't be in there. It would be in gameplay, wouldn't it? Aim mode. Wait, what? Controller aim assist. Yeah, when on your aim with weapons and flashlight is automatically adjusted to target enemies more easily. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want it. I just want the flashlight. The flashlight's clearly meant to do it. It's so clearly so specific because like it's hard to keep a lock on, right? But aiming,
the fuse was in place.
The resources for the flashlight are clearly built around 1 pip equals 1 flashlight, 1 darkness shield gone, right? That's clearly how it's intentionally laid out. But like, I don't want aim assist on the controller. I want to aim.
Saga stepped into the witch's hut. Inside, bright light. There were objects that stood out to Saga, as if the light had manifested them.
The witch's hut. Okay. I trust the pages to lead me to the overlap.
The fuse was in place. She found it among the junk in the forest. Saga stepped inside the witch's hut. Something rushed through her. A presence. Familiar. She couldn't quite place it. Something long forgotten. She tried to hold on to it, but it was already gone. Inside, a bright light. Saga felt safe, Like nothing could hurt her here. There were objects that stood out to Saga as if the light had manifested them, pulled them from the darkness. A shift in reality, heavy with hidden meanings. A coffee thermos, a shoebox, a mop and a bucket, a poster on the wall, and in the cabinet, another manuscript page.
Uh-huh. All those things we love. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, we already did it. Okay. I guess I could just get better at, like, making sure I'm looking right at something when I aim the flashlight beam, but still, I don't know. Hey, that lens distortion thing, by the way. Lens distortion off. I don't really know if I dislike or like the lens distortion, to be honest. Applies a filmic lens distortion effect, warping the center of the image. Right? I feel like if anything, I'd prefer the image to be the image. It probably works better for me. At the same time, in practice, it brings the camera away from her slightly. And I think I like that. Camera being slightly closer. I don't know. I like measure it off this shot, right? Then again, details do look clearer when it's not like that. Okay, fine.
This is the witch's
All right, now it's a final definitive lens distortion off run, I guess. Jesus Christ. No, it's not.
The page described the hut being lit and mentioned a fuse.
Anderson, I saw something in the woods. Probably just a deer, but I'm gonna check.
This fuse is busted.
Fuck. Didn't mean to cut that off.
This one looks good. People should really stop littering, though.
They won't. Very dramatic dodge. Bear? The first time I've been able to manual save in the entire run. Jesus. 57 minutes. Wait, I was able to make one manual save in the lake house the whole time? I didn't get to make a second one? Really? Ever? Jesus. I feel like that's my final draft run. No, wait, that very obviously is my final draft run. Oh, that is also. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Was my first fucking run of this game 43 hours? Really? Jesus Christ. I ran around in several of my. I mean, to be fair, there was that bug the first time. Because, like, the first time I played the game, there was that map bug that made me rapidly check every environment like 47 times because they didn't relieve points of interest once you found them. So I kept checking, thinking there was something I hadn't found yet. We'll overwrite this, honestly. Yeah, why not? I will have to use that final draft thing to go and actually, at some point, go make that shit work. But other than that, so that we can do the extra ending on camera during this run.
The image of the witch in the sign. Saga addressed the witch. The smudged line on the heart. The second part recited from memory. I brought you the heart, witch. Show me the terror. Saga pushed the heart through the hole in the sign. Witch's ladle. Towering over Saga. Watching her and the witch. The image of the witch in the sign. Nightingale's heart, a cold, dead lump in her hand. Her definition of sanity had changed since she arrived in this town. But she trusted the pages. Was forced to. Saga addressed the witch. She squinted to read, the first part of the ritual words, the smudged line on the heart. The second part recited from memory, the words she had read on the page. I brought you the heart witch. Show me the terror. Saga pushed the heart through the hole in the sign. This was the key. The tree was the threshold.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tree. Okay. Oh, yeah, right. Once these things get solved.
Don't need to go over all this again.
Oh, this is, I forgot. Yeah, they also do this once you get to next additional answers and you get past a certain point, they just throw it all up. Yeah.
The tree was a threshold.
Could mean witch's ladle, but what if it's what's at a threshold too? The overlap covered in the substance that my flashlight burned away, which is hot.
Next stop.
Tell me to use the fuse.
Caldera Street Station.
Actually, yeah, some of the details do look a little clearer without the lens distortion. Shit. Damn it. Like her jacket looks significantly clearer. Damn it, oh man, it kind of looks like a new game. Fuck. Now I feel stupid. Yeah, this is great. All right, fair enough. At this point, wait, what do I interpret the page's meaning? Oh. No, this is gotcha. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. Page's meaning, as far as I'm aware, is this Show Me the Heart yet, or is this later? No, it's not. 1 minute. Okay, there we go.
The page from the witch's hut seems to be describing some kind of ritual.
Looks like those words tattooed on the heart are part of the ritual.
To get into the overlap, I need to find Nightingale's heart. Read the line imprinted on it, plus the line on the page to the witch's ladle sign. Then push the heart through the hole in the sign. Nightingale's heart disappeared from the morgue. Where is it now?
Yo, bitch, where's your heart at?
I need Nightingale's heart.
I gotta steal it. And he's like, that's so sweet.
Where is it?
The cultist leaned close. He was there, but he was risen. Nightingale was there. The opposite of sunspots. Who said that?
That's not it. I don't have what I need to find Nightingale's heart. There must be more.
Yeah, it actually does. Yeah, a lot of the details are significantly clearer now without that lens distortion effect. Fuck.
Where is it?
While they played cards in the general store, the witch had stolen his heart.
Grabbing this asshole by the scruff of his neck. God damn it, answer me. I don't care if you're a ghost.
I need to
now we can go.
Casey.
By the way, none of the things I'm saying about the visuals are going to be observable at all on the stream. At all. Not even a little. So you're just going to have to deal with that.
I've only been lost once in my life, Anderson.
Here it comes.
The years I spent with my ex-wife. I'll find my way back, don't you worry about it.
Christ!
Damn, if you pressing it like that doesn't even make it land correctly. Oh!
Let's go.
Oh, I fucking missed. I forgot about the crazy damage models they have.
A cultist. A monster. Like Nightingale.
Yeah, I forgot about how crazy their fucked up damage models are. Wow. So impressive. I think every time that I do this, I still, like, walk through the door for some reason. Like, I'm still tempted to always walk through the door.
Saga edged toward the broken door, her gun ready, flashlight aimed ahead. Nightingale said it would be here. The Cauldron Lake General Store was overgrown, left to rot. Saga thought about the cult of the tree. They had been here.
That was a stupid name, she
planning
thought.
a gruesome ritual murder. Meanwhile, they played cards in the general store, like it was just another late-night poker game. Saga stepped closer to the door. Had the animal broken it? There was a loud crash. Saga found herself face to face with a cultist, a hulking figure in a raincoat. We watch in the night. Wild eyes behind a plastic deer mask, an axe in his raised hand.
Thanks for that, Alan. Hey. Check with Lady Fortuna at the counter. Sick. All right. 705, 713, 717, 723. Don't forget, update the code. A 05, 13, 17, 23, 39. This is 739, right? That would be 739, yeah. That code took Pat like half an hour. It was crazy. This chat screaming at him, Pat, how? Come on. Come on. Well, it's good to have that. What's up?
The text on the heart is clearer now. Legible.
Where's the heart? It's right here. Okay.
Sounds literary. But what does it mean?
Words in the heart are legible. How is this possible? Did the page do this? The words, the wave crashed on the far side of the mirror. I brought you the heart, which show me the terror. think I walked by an abandoned general store near the murder site.
They played cards in the general store.
Oh, I could have put this up earlier.
Stolen his heart. Get out of my house.
I feel like I recognize this. The fridge. The heart. I knew it would be here. Like I saw it in a dream. And now I need to give the heart to the witch. Makes total sense.
Yep.
Casey, there are cultists in the area. They're taken, like Nightingale. Watch yourself out there.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up. I'm still finding my way back.
You have the worst sense of direction.
Any city in America I can get through drunk and blindfolded. It's these damn trees.
Okay. I'm en route to Witch's Ladle. I need to perform a ritual to open the overlap. This case just keeps getting weirder. But it is exciting.
I think I see them. Oh.
Good job, Saga. Now keep moving.
Agreed. Okay, surely that's enough time with the big headset. Hold on. Basic comfort re-achieved, thank God. All right, good. Oh, also, I just realized, yeah, also, I guess in the original playthrough, I would not have had these. Huh. I think that didn't happen until Rebirth. Yeah, huh. Yeah, it was in the middle of the Rebirth stuff. Yeah, I don't think I would ever feel comfortable to stream this actively if it meant big headset all the time. I would never be able to do it without these things.
The wave crashed on the far side of the mirror. I brought you the Heart Witch. Show me the terror.
Angie Lake. Man, I sure am low on that shit already.
Casey, I think I'm in the overlap. Are you still on your way?
Nope.
Casey! Casey, do you read
So
me?
there are several pages that you can get in the overlaps, but they
Okay,
all
Saga.
reposition and redistribute if you miss them. And I'm gonna be real, I don't know where they all are originally, but like I'll try my best. But I know where they all drop outside of the overlap if you do miss them, so that's okay.
Logan? Logan! Where are you? What the fuck was that? Logan's back in Virginia. You're imagining things.
I'm trying to scan like really hardcore in case I miss one, you know? But like, This effect is so good.
What was that? Wait. Did I get turned around? No, this is right. This place is looping. Like a nightmare.
The rider went into the lake, banished the dark presence. Taken still lurked in the woods. The dark place receded. The current pulled back those with darkness inside, into the lake. Nightingale was there, one of them. The dark presence, Jagger had taken him. The witch had stolen his heart. They sank beneath the waves. The dark place.
Yeah, we're gonna be done
wandering in the shadows,
after this sequence.
muttering to themselves. It's dark. I'm lost.
This is a good place to stop.
Where am I? Who am I? I can't remember. It's cold. Premium cabins for rent in Bright Falls. Who said that? Can you hear me? I need help. Please. Stop this. What did I do? You must dig it out. Their shape shifted. Echoes of the writer's dreams. Fading in, fading out. The next story and the story after that. The writer was writing again.
And of course, like it's twisting him, and this effect is the effect I love. Where you see the little glimpses of the places that Alan is going through. Oh wow, it's very brief. And I go slow because I want to make sure that these images are like somewhat clear, you know. That's really good because I like almost didn't notice him at all. And I bet there were several times where I didn't notice him at all, to be honest.
He's here. Nightingale.
Just disassociate for a minute. You know, you'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. Oh. Shouldn't have done that. Anyway. Don't worry about it. Anyways. I just want to make sure there's no page back here. Nothing? Yeah, I actually kind of can't deal with how many more details are in focus in the center of the screen once you take out that lens distortion. Like I really did not appreciate. I stop with your weird camera filters, man. I just want to see the image. I don't want your motion blur. I don't, unless it's 30 FPS, I guess. Then you kind of need it. I don't want your fucking. I especially don't want your chromatic aberration. Get that shit out of my face. Apparently, I don't want lens distortion either. That's what I learned today.
He'd been on the trail of the writer forever.
I feel like that's a very missable one.
Hemingway, Bukowski, Wake. I'll get you. I'll find you. I'll make you pay.
I'll fucking get you.
You're in over your head. He descended into the tunnels from the Dark City into the.
I'm sorry, I just had this thought in my head as like, look, I'll get you. I'm coming, and my brain registered that like this version of Nightingale does have a very Alex Jones look to him. Of like I'll punch you in the nose. I'm coming, and I'm like, oh no, oh no. Oh, thank God that dude's fucking gone now.
The ocean of darkness. Next stop, Caldera Street Station. Something, a presence, rumbled. Not a train. Shadows shifted on the platform. The rider's cult waited for him there. The cult of the word. Occultists lean close. I carry his words close to my chest now. You're not allowed in the lake until he says otherwise. He'd be caught, murdered. They got him. They didn't get him. He was reborn out of hate. He was there, but he was
risen.
Sent to find the light switch up from the lake that was
It
not
was
the
not
lake.
the lake. Oh, from the lake that was not the lake. This effect is the effect I'm talking about. Well, in a second. I think they play it like, yeah, once you drop down, this is kind of how they set you up in the right position to look for it.
Who escaped? Danger.
I'm still wrong. This is still not what I was thinking of.
It's like they're coming in over a bad signal.
This. Yeah, you see, like if I back up slightly and then go forward, you see, like, the, Man, no, you get it for just a second, huh? Damn. Well, you see, like, the streets of New York, basically. The ones that Alan trails. Then I think you see the subway. Then I think you see several other things. To be fair, this particular overlap is simultaneous to Alan's trip into the subway. One second. I just want to be sure there's nothing back here. Nothing up here. No. Oh my god. Yep, there is. Totally. Jesus. See, that would have been a bad thing to miss. Especially for this, because, like, this is always a fight where you barely have anything left by the end of it. So, like, on Nightmare, it's gonna be crazy. It's on it, right? Okay, just, again, there's been barely any combat, so it's like, you just gotta be sure. I think we'll see the subway in a second. Yeah, there you go. So that's a much clearer view. I think it's because it's time-based. Rather than, like, I might be walking out of the effect and it's turning off for the other ones. The intended effect is walking into it. They have a design. Adhere to it. Yeah. Oh no. Ow. Motherfucker. Oh! Hi! Hi there, sir! Very large man! Oh my! Nope! Ah, bad timing. Oh god. I was trying to roll it through him, but, like, let me put it this way. Silent Hill 2 Remake's dodge window is a lot more generous. Let's put it that way. It was very similar. Much more generous. God! Ah! What is it with you and choking women? Where is he? Oh, he's right there. Shit. Go, 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 go. Shit! God, just stop it! Off of me! Oh, that actually takes a flashlight charge. I didn't even realize that. I didn't mean to use that. God damn it. Back up. What?
No, no.
Oh my.
No, no.
He's behind me, isn't he? Literally. Literal, he's behind me, isn't he? Oh, hi! Look at this fight actually being threatening. This is great. Look at us. Look at us. Isn't this great? How'd we end up here? No, do not. Uh-oh. Oh god. I'm stuck. Oh god. Oh god. Big dead ends. Oh god. Please, hurry, 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 hurry. Oh my god. How did he miss? Okay, good. Quickly, 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 quickly. There we go.
Who are you?
What is this? Who are you?
Hear me.
I'm Saga Anderson, FBI. I can hear you.
Cauldron Lake.
Yes, I'm at Cauldron Lake. Where are you?
How to escape. In danger. The dark presence.
Danger. Thanks. Got it.
Hey! Are you okay?
No! It's my fault! It got out with my face! Scratch!
Sir, calm down. I'm gonna need you to take a breath.
He's changed the story. The dark presence. We must stop it before...
Easy now. First things first. What's your name?
My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer.
That's what he does. He's a writer. I'm a writer.
Where did you come from? You've been missing for 13 years.
13.
This song's so good. This song's so good, but the best part of it might just be that it's a lie. Like, it's a trap. It's so good.
Raging heart went too far. I will never lose myself again. Oh, I was calling you. Did you hear me? I lost my way. Lost my way. I was trapped in 1,000 nights with no escape. Nightmares taking me over, and now I'm wide awake. And now I'm wide awake. Oh, I died like 1,000,000 times through the waves I break. The nightmare's finally over, and now I'm wide awake. And now I'm wide awake. Blinding lights, burning eyes. I can see myself and I don't need to hide. My foolish pride paid the price. I will never leave again. I'm by your side. I was calling you. Did you hear me? I lost my way, lost my way. I was trapped in 1,000 nights with no escape. Nightmares taking me over, and now I'm wide awake. And now I'm wide awake. Oh, I died like 1,000,000 times through the waves I break. The nightmare's finally over, and now I'm wide awake. 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 Oh, I died like 1,000,000 times through the waves I break. The nightmare's finally over, and now I'm wide awake. And now I'm wide awake.
And I am going to sleep. Oh, all right, we're done for the night. All right. What's he going to be wearing in the next scene? No, he's not going to have the cardigan on. No, that's only when you're playing this. Yeah. Okay, fair. I have to remember to take that off after this playthrough. It's the next time I touch it, that would be very awkward if I had to switch that around later. But yeah, that's it for me tonight. Tomorrow we'll do some more. It'll be late tomorrow night, though. It'll be late. And then after that, I don't know if we're gonna. I feel like we'll probably get to Alan's first segment. We might even get in number one fan, depending on how that threads out. Maybe even end on number one fan. So that I feel like that would be also very fitting. Also, what a tonal shift that'll be from the subway. And honestly, I'm super in for it, and I think it suits Remedy's style really well to have that be there. Yeah, super jazzed about getting to see that again, and also having it be threaded in a way where you can totally do that on your first playthrough. I do genuinely think you can absolutely engage with them on your first run now, and I will actually explain in detail why I think those make sense to have it as well when we get. But yeah, for tonight, that'll be it. See you next time. Bye bye.